order is to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. They kept me in the Cub Scouts. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. I've said this maybe once or twice before, but we sort of do that, and we sort of do it in a rote way sometimes. But you know, it's an incredible privilege to be able to stand and pledge allegiance to your flag in a free way, and we're blessed to be able to do that. So that's a. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce a new part of the party here, who is from the AG's office. Is Leslie still here? Leslie's not here. Christian's here, though. Come on up. Come on up, please. You know, we've been blessed on this board and at VDOT and throughout transportation to have great help from the Attorney General's office. And Chandra, who was fantastic with us for a good amount of time, has moved on to a really exciting job at the SEC. And so she is not going to be helping us anymore from that perspective of the AG's office. Christian is, he drew the short straw. he got us, but no, so we're really pleased to have you, sir. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and so we can get to know you a little, so the board can get to know you a little bit.
Sure. My name's Christian Parrish. I've been with the Attorney General's office for about 10 years. Prior to that, I was in private practice, mainly litigation. When I started at the AG's office, I started in the trial section and moved down to transportation after about 2 years. So I've been in transportation for about 8 years with a background in litigation. And in the last few years, I've been a manager in the section under what we call the mobile unit. So my job was to manage all the mobile agencies of Virginia in transportation. So that included DMV, DRPT, aviation, space, and so on. So, and now with this transition, I will be the section chief for all of transportation, like Chandra was. Big shoes to follow, I know. Everyone, including our group, loves Chandra, but my goal is just a smooth transition and to help everybody out. So,
you know, Christian, you were part of what Chandra represented to us. And so we're really happy to have you and excited that you've been named the section chief. And
I appreciate
we look
that.
forward to working with you, but not on litigation. We don't like litigation.
I know.
No litigation. Okay.
Just to have the background is good.
We're gonna work things out, right?
Right, exactly. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate having you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help. All right, I'm going to turn to the first numbered item on the agenda, which is item number 1, I-495 Southside Express Lane Study. Scott Smizik, how are you, sir? Good morning.
Well, good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Here this morning to provide an update on the environmental assessment that's being prepared for the I-495 Southside Express Lane Study pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. As with our other NEPA projects, this presentation is one in a series for this that will be brought before you to prepare you to make a location decision. Your location decision will represent the preferred alternative that will be documented in the environmental assessment. Today, we're focused on the range of alternatives that will be presented in the environmental assessment. Before we get to that, since it's been a while since we've brought this one to you all, provide a little background and regional context. There are currently 94 miles of connected express lanes in Northern Virginia along I-66, I-95, I-495, and I-395. There's an additional 3 miles under construction and 2 active studies looking to extend this express lane network, one of which is the study we're here to discuss today. Our study area includes the last 11 miles along I-495 that does not contain express lanes. It extends from the Springfield interchange in Fairfax County, Virginia, to Maryland 210 in Prince George's County, Maryland. Last time we were here, we discussed purpose and need. This slide represents a small clip of the larger purpose and need statement that is documented in the environmental assessment. The first half of the slide represents the purpose statement, which identifies the geography that the study or project is focused on and the goals of that study or project. The second half of the slide, the needs, represent the primary criteria in the alternative screening process. Development of the purpose and need, the identification of the range of alternatives, and all the analyses that have been done to date have been informed by an unprecedented level of public and agency involvement for an environmental assessment. In May 2022, we held our first set of public information meetings, with a second set of public information meetings in September of 23, and that was followed by a community town hall meeting. We continue to address individual questions from elected officials, community groups, and property owners along the project corridor. Our involvement initiated with our monthly environmental agency meetings. This project was brought routinely to that monthly meeting to provide the agencies involved in the project or in delivering the project with an opportunity to review and discuss materials and provide input. We did take a small break from time to time to update our work, but have continued to work with that group to advance this EA. We've also supported Maryland in their version of this meeting, providing updates to their agencies so they're informed of what's going on and have the opportunity to provide input as well. Early in project development, we held stakeholder technical advisory group meetings to get a regional perspective on the scope of the study and the range of alternatives that should be considered. We continue to hold weekly meetings with the Maryland State Highway Administration staff, again, to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of schedule and how the project is progressing. And we have ongoing coordination with MWCOG, WMATA, DRPT, and the surrounding localities. The initial consideration of alternatives, as I mentioned, came from that STAG group that was formed early in the process. We also took input from the agencies involved, the public, and a review of regional plans that focused on this area. This slide lists all of the alternatives that have been considered, discussed with the agencies, and presented to the public, and what will be documented in the environmental assessment. They include an extension of acceleration and deceleration lanes within the study area, new bus routes, new park and ride lots, bike ped improvements, new dedicated transit alignments, and the addition of general purpose or managed lanes. As you'll note in the far right-hand column, most of these alternatives were found not to contribute or meet the purpose and need that was listed on the previous slide. We'll get into a little bit later in this presentation and the environmental assessment documents how some of these may be applied to a preferred alternative in the future. Some of these can advance as independent projects in the future. In other words, they are not precluded from advancing as an independent project just because of the finding in this study. And all of this will be documented in the environmental assessment for the public.
Let's make sure we understand that clearly. Caption on the heading says it as a standalone alternative. These don't work, right? They don't meet them. That doesn't mean they would not be incorporated into the project, or to Scott's point, even be a standalone for something else. Doesn't suggest that none of these things would be incorporated. It just suggests by themselves they don't do it.
Before we get into the range of alternatives, this is a photo of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. You can see on the inside of both the eastbound and westbound lane, there's a good portion of unused pavement. That was part of the design when the bridge was reconstructed to support future transportation development. And it is the intent of this study that the proposed alternatives we'll look at in a minute would be placed within that unused space. So there are 3 alternatives that are advancing for analysis in the EA. the no-build alternative, which serves as a comparison to the build alternatives. Our first build alternative would add one express lane in each direction. It also includes new bus service from Central West Prince George's County to Tyson's Corner, Virginia. It includes the construction of bike ped improvements along the project corridor and a commitment to leave space for future rail transit across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge should the region advance with such plans and be prepared to construct a facility. The second build alternative is to add two express lanes in each direction. It includes the same elements as the first. However, with two express lanes, there isn't space in that you saw in the picture earlier to leave room for future rail transit. So this alternative commits to converting one express lane to rail transit across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge should the region advance with plans and be ready to construct such a facility.
Oh,
Where's Central West Prince? Is that where the MGM is? Is that Central West Prince George's County?
I believe so. My Maryland geography is not that great, but
Okay, just trying to.
these are illustrative, typical sections of what the alternatives would look like. They're cut in half to illustrate the initial build and then the full build. So at the top, you see the one express lane with the purple buses operating with personal vehicles. And then below the black line, you see the addition of the transit and the reserved space. This is the +2 express lane. Again, 2 lanes at the top for bus and personal vehicles. And at the bottom, you see the 1 lane has been converted into rail transit. As I mentioned before, bike and pedestrian facilities will be part of either build alternative. We are still working with Fairfax County, the City of Alexandria, Prince George's County, and Maryland State Highway Administration to identify existing bike ped facilities that can be expanded in the region to support transportation through the study area. This is consistent with the other express lane networks in the region as well. Moving forward, VDOT intends to host another round of public involvement meetings in the first quarter of 2025. We plan to return to this board in the summer or fall of 2025 to provide a final briefing and seek a location decision that would identify the preferred alternative for the study. With that information, we would join Federal Highway in issuing the EA for public review and hold a public hearing in the summer or fall of 2025. And if we hit all those marks and the project is properly documented in the region's long-range plan, the TIP and the STIP, we could seek a Federal Highway NEPA decision as early as 2026. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. Welcome any questions you may have.
Before I take any questions, let me make some remarks here. So as you know, we've been looking at this for a couple of years at least, and there's some unique aspects of this project that make it, that do make it unique. One of them is just where it's located, and because it's located in Northern Virginia has this tri-party group, if you will, meaning Maryland, DC, and Virginia, who are responsible to ensure that the air quality better or meets the standard or whatever those proper words are. And so together they get to decide basically which large projects happen there. So we have folks from DC, we have folks from Maryland that are voting on what help us, or they can block us, or they can, it's a vote. And so as we've worked through this, the commissioner advocated for, and what we did was we studied the whole distance. And obviously, as you see on the map, some of that is in the state of Maryland, and the state of Maryland is not Virginia. And we shouldn't tell Maryland what to do or what not to do, in my view, even quality. But what we should do is collaborate with them and make sure we get a study that studies everything so we can make good choices and they can help us make good choices. Study the whole thing. There's been some pushback from some in Maryland that they don't want express lanes. In Northern Virginia, some people want them, some people don't. There's been a lot of hullabaloo centered around the transit piece, or actually the metro rail piece. And people, the corridor that was left, and it was specifically left for metro, to come build there if and when that happens. Reality of all that is it's been there for 30 years or whatever it's been now, and there is no metro there yet. And I don't, 20 years at least, because there's just no money and there's no way to get it done there. So there's some people that are very concerned, and I understand that. Order for metro be preserved. And what Scott told us along the way, and what we have to do in essence by contract and law, is we have to preserve that. And if we take it away, when they want to come back and put rail metro there, we have to take out what we have and take it back to where it was. And that's what we're required to do under the contract/law. And that up that space, and metro finally gets there, then we have to go take it out. I don't think metro is going to get there in my lifetime, folks, because there's just not enough money, there's not enough will, and all sorts of other issues. Maryland and DC are both struggling. Pressure like so many places in the country. I just don't see it happening. And so for me, it's sort of listen, we're contractually obligated, we're legally obligated. And so let's take that conversation off the table. You know, at the end of the day, if we put express lanes in here, the contract would allow for, would require us and whoever we did this with, if we did it, to remove them and take it back to where it was. That's what it would be. And so if Metro comes up with the money, we'll put a Metro line across the bridge, that's what we would do. And we would be required to do it, and that would be baked in. So to me, that's not an issue. Of course, some people are concerned that if you put it there, that, you know, you just would lose the will to put Metro there. In any case, so we're studying this whole area. At the end of the day, we're working with our partners in Maryland and DC, and of course, when I say we, meaning Virginia, working with our partners to work through this, and to see how it might work for us. And hopefully we'll get the folks that we partner with in the Northern Virginia region to understand that this is an option, and it brings lots of things if we do it. And it's things that most of those people advocate for, which is interesting, that we're sort of not getting, like HOV lanes and free transit, you know, lanes, express lanes for transit. And so, and obviously you've seen some bike bed stuff in here as well, which gets interesting in terms of, you know, is it really true? But at the end of the day, we'd have less congestion. We'd have less cars putting out carbon dioxide as they sit there and idle. We'd have more reliable service. We'd have a better throughput. You know, we'd have HOV lanes. We'd have transit in the corridor, more transit in the corridor. And so why wouldn't you want to do that? I don't understand why you really wouldn't want to do that. And so we're going to continue to press forward. If at the end of the day, Maryland came to us and said, listen, we respect what you're doing, but we don't want it in Maryland, then we could truncate this and bring it back just totally into Virginia. But we didn't want to start that way because the whole corridor is the whole corridor. And the commissioner made a strong push to study the whole corridor, and we agreed to do that. And so that's where we are. So I think it's a project that's begging to be done. Of course, we don't have any numbers at this point and sort of know what that looks like. But it's a problem. That corridor is a problem, and this would help it, and it would help it in a real way. And so we'll continue to push forward on this and see where it takes us. Need some help from our friends in Maryland and some help from our friends in DC. Allow us to do something that actually would be good for everybody in our view. And I take a little bit of it's tough, and I think the Maryland secretary and I are aligned on this. it's tough to go into somebody else's state and tell them what they can and can't do. I don't like, I'm not doing that. I'm just not going to do that. I don't have any authority. Responsibility in Maryland. I want to share and partner with Maryland and DC as well, but I don't think I should be telling them what to do with their roads. I just don't. But we've got this air quality issue, and we got to work through that because the air moves around. It's not Maryland air, it's not DC air, it's not Virginia air, it's just air. We'll continue to advance this, and hopefully we'll be able to fulfill
Mr. Secretary,
actually.
are there no express lanes in Maryland?
No, sir, they're not.
Interesting.
They're spread on 495.
And what is the general funding source for express lanes? Is it all toll based or?
They're generally, the express lanes are P3 projects, and they're tolled.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's what we've done in all across Virginia.
Thank you.
Passwords.
Just trying to understand, because I guess I have the history of 495 Next. When I look at a project like this, which is a project that's currently underway on the western side of 495, is our plan to move to a preferred alternative and to await capacity commitments from Maryland before we move ahead with the project?
We have to get through the regional planning body to have this project approved. And so the regional planning body, which is what I was referencing, decides whether to approve these projects or not. And the regional planning body includes DC, Virginia, and Maryland. So in Virginia, we'd like to see the project move forward. We have advanced that concept to our friends and partners in Maryland and DC. And what they did with their last plan was to give us basically, and Commissioner, help me if I stumble here, basically gave us another year to work on this project to get it into the plan.
Maryland did, or the regional body?
The regional body did. And so we're working through that process during this year to see if we can make sure that the folks in those two areas, meaning Maryland and DC, are satisfied that what we're doing is a good thing and it works for them as well. That's the work here. And of course, in Northern Virginia, we have some people that want us to do this and some people that don't. So it's, it's an interesting bit of a dance here. But I don't, frankly, I don't see a lot of downside to it, other than the cost,
To the planning process.
Yeah, absolutely.
Understand.
And and I don't, even to the work. I mean, if you believe somehow that this obviates Metro, I would tell you that's not right, and it's not the fact, not the law. If you want to pretend like Metro is going to be there in 10 years, and I think you're pretending. So if you're talking 30 or 40 or 50 years, for goodness sakes, let's get on with getting some relief today. And we're required to take it out if and when that happens. So, why wouldn't we do that? So that's where we are.
Let me ask the question a different way. Is one of our criteria for moving forward that Maryland will have approved and funded matching capacity?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
So we could, in effect, potentially just be moving a bottleneck from Virginia to Maryland.
We could move a bottleneck from 95 to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, and all that would be cleaned up, and it would truncate a Route 1. No different in a way than what we've done at Next.
Yeah,
We
of
have the same
course,
problem with
next,
but we can't control what the next state does. We can't do that on 81. We can't do that on 64. We do what we can do inside our border, and what they do in their border, we can't control that. We have some input because of this air quality thing, but we can't make them go do something. We can just stop them from doing something, if you will, if there are enough votes. And so that's sort of where we are, and we're trying to make sure that we dot all our I's and cross all our T's and do our right homework and communicate a lot. You can see Scott's had I think there's 9 meetings now so far, 9 public meetings, a lot of other kinds of meetings, obviously dozens and dozens of meetings, but 9 public meetings, I think, is what you've briefed here. And so we'll just continue down the road, and hopefully we'll get some resolution that brings some relief.
Mr. Secretary, if I might, 2 points, Mr. Kasperowitz, with regard to the constrained long-range plan and the NEPA project that we're talking about today. In order for a project to be considered to even advance and receive a record of decision or another finding, a finding of no significant impact, would require the region to adopt the constrained long-range plan with this project in it. And so what is happening with COG right now is the Transportation Planning Board is reviewing and updating its air quality model for constraint, and this project is in it, but they're running 2 separate models, or 2 distinct models, one with the project in it and one without. And so that affords us the time to be able to go through the traffic background work that's ongoing right now to be able to lay the foundation for this project in itself. Secondarily, if you look at, we're still finalizing traffic numbers, but the reason why we've taken it from 495 and 95 at the Springfield interchange, this is the remainder of the Beltway in Virginia to Maryland's 210. The origin and destination pairs between Maryland's 210 and parts in Virginia, this is a logical termini. That by truncating it at Route 1, everyone feels that absolutely this would be just moving it to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and then figuring out the transition both into and out of. The traffic numbers that you will see are quite significant in the next 10 to 15 years, that if there are no improvements, then this section of the corridor is going to be impacted. I would go even further to say that this is that regional opportunity to be able to gain something that has not been able to happen on the American Legion Bridge, be able to cross that, even if if going to the western part to the American Legion Bridge, if we were even to widen the bridge, we would still have a bottleneck at the Maryland at 270. So the ultimate goal of Maryland at one point in time was to be able to have express lanes throughout their entire network, with the emphasis being placed on the western part for them. For us, I do believe that collectively, there are a couple things that happened. One, this supports Maryland's drivers into and out of Virginia, predominantly in the evening when it crosses the bridge, to be able to help Maryland entities get back to their home efficiently and safely. The second thing is, I'd say that the addition of express lanes builds the ridership for future transit and rail at some future date, as the Secretary said. I will also note that, Scott, if you could go to slide 10, he's identified in this presentation the space that is being dedicated for rail. And I need to go back. When the NEPA study was done and completed and the federal government signed off on it, that space is dedicated in perpetuity for rail transit, heavy rail transit at some future state. We would, in our NEPA study, if we were to find that it was something that in both of these alternatives, Scott, if you could go to another alternative, keep going, one more. You can see that we've got a current state or an immediate improvement to be able to occupy that space. Then we would be dedicating a lane or the area to be able to support heavy rail transit in that area. And that would be a component of this NEPA study, which again would reinforce the fact that the federal government has weighed in on it and says, as the Secretary said, you have to make that improvement and remove that, as we'll see, the single express lane in this case. Secondarily, and to reinforce that, if we were to do a P3, that would be part of the contractual obligations that would be put into place. The other thing that I would, to take it a step further in a P3 that gives us the flexibility to be able to advance that rail, if rail did not come into place by X year, then the revenue, a portion of those revenues could go to supporting additional transit in that corridor because the rail is not ready to come online, and the revenues that were projected, say in 2040, anything above 2040 with the rail not being present could generate revenue to be able to support transit between parts of Maryland and Virginia to be able to support movement of people through this corridor. So I think there's a lot of opportunity that would exist to be able to maximize the space that is being void today. And it has the full weight of the federal law behind it to reinforce. The original Woodrow Wilson Bridge had the requirement to vacate that space or dedicate that space to transit. We would reinforce it within this NEPA process today. And when the federal government does sign off on it, it would be a part of that commitment. And furthermore, it would be a commitment under a P3 contract if that's the way that we chose to deliver the project.
So at the end of the day, what the commissioner's telling us is we're required to do this. We've committed in writing to do it. And I don't know what else to do other than that.
I think it's a good planning process. Commissioner, do we have any obligations on the P3 side if we do pursue this with existing?
Yeah, we have not. The first step in this is actually to, one, get it into the CRP, to finalize the NEPA process, and then we would identify moving forward with a P3 once we know the termini and the major components. We'd still go through all the studies, the traffic and revenue studies that would be associated with understanding of the financing package.
Yeah, we're not
there
close to
yet.
any of that, right? We don't know if we could, this is a concept. We think the concept is eminently sound, but we've put no numbers to this yet. We don't know what we might have to put in as a state or not. We're just not even close to that yet. I'm sort of hopeful that that number would not be too big. Obviously, that's what we would all hope for.
Good presentation, thank you.
Ms. Sullivan.
When you're approaching DC and Maryland, I hope you're bringing up the other things, not just the transportation impacts, but the NVTC, and I don't see them here, or Transurban's not here, but the commuter connections, the commuter choice opportunities that this brings. And when you look in that corridor, particularly on the 295 corridor and the Anacostia area, it's very, very poor parts of DC. And we see the former St. E's Hospital that's now the DHS headquarters. So that gives us opportunities to get people into work and to use the hot lane model, the express lane model, to generate money to help fund some of these underproducing metro stations, these underproducing bus stations and lines for DC and Maryland. Because while they don't come here and say, Virginia's not the problem, Virginia's metro stops are National Airport, Reagan National Airport, that's not underproducing. The Pentagon, that's not underproducing. So we know the problems with metro are coming from DC and Maryland. So this is an opportunity for DC and Maryland to use the express lane model to potentially help fund some of these projects in Prince George's County and in Anacostia and Southeast DC. So I hope we use Transurban and we use our friends at NVTC and talk about commuter choice, because if you just look at this thing that we were given from NVTC, they say $90 million invested in these programs since 2019. I can say from Stafford, I was on PRTC with my colleague who's now a delegate here, and we didn't have buses that came to Stafford, Spotsy, in the city of Fredericksburg. OmniRide didn't come south of Woodbridge. And today they do, and that's because of the hot lanes. So there is opportunity here that was not here before the hot lanes existed. So if we want to bring them to the table and talk about, here there's opportunity here, talk about those non-transportation things that can help close their gap. Because again, it's not Virginia, our metro, that's causing the budget problems. It is 100% DC and Maryland and where these things are located. So that's just kind of my thing. But I absolutely support this. I spent a lot of time up here and 100% support something like this. So.
Commissioner,
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to respond to one item that Ms. Sellers raised and brought up transurban as a component. Yes, they are a partner as well as EMP on 66. I'd highlight the fact that along this particular project, if we were to do a P3, it would be competitively procured. So I don't want those other people in the audience and elsewhere to think that this is going to be a transurban project, because it is not. We would put it out as a public procurement. But you are absolutely right that as we've been discussing this project with both Prince George's County, other people in electeds in Maryland, DC, and Virginia, we're highlighting the fact that the express lanes, the amount of funds that the express lanes have generated for public transportation to be able to move people very effectively along these corridors as a component to this. All of that being said, it's still going to have to pencil out to be able to make sure that it could support some level of ridership or bus service along the corridor, very similar to what we announced last month with the American Legion Bridge between Tysons and Montgomery County. But that's going to require a great deal of effort in the P3 space to be able to help make sure. But that would be definitely a component. We've got a long history of making sure transit's a component of our P3s. It would still be a component and a starting point for us, but it would have to pencil out.
anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Grebben.
Just real quickly, I just want to thank you, Scott. A really, really good presentation. It's hard to take projects this complicated and yet this concise, and as you explained it, so appreciate that. I just want to point out this really is a critical project for the region. It's really important in terms of the region's growth to have a project like this. I want to commend you, Mr. Chairman, the Commissioner, and VDOT for developing this in a way that's very sensible. It preserves a transit option, but allows us to take advantage of this space in the short term as the need for transit's developing to the point where it makes sense to add it. So thank you for all you're doing to advance this.
For me, if you're for reduced air pollution and you're for more opportunity for people to travel and choices, and you're for more transit and you're for more HOV, you got to be for this. It's like, and it certainly doesn't obviate Metro at any point. To your point, we just don't think that, listen, if Metro was coming in 6 years, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but it's not.
Well, there's also a bad habit in project development, and we've all seen it, where the perfect becomes the enemy of the good. And I think you've done a great job of preserving, in the eyes of someone, is perfect and allowing the short-term delivery of the good.
Yes, I would like to add my thanks for a great presentation and obviously excellent work so far on this. And just comment that one of the primary contributors to air quality degradation is congestion. Congestion, congestion, congestion. And anything that we can do, and obviously this whole idea moves us in the right direction, to relieve congestion when we know there are going to be automobiles and trucks moving on this route will be good for air quality. And this, I think, is another very important point to make to the district and to the folks of Maryland, that if they want to improve air quality in their community in this part where we have great economic activity, relieving congestion is huge, and this would go miles towards doing that. So thanks.
What else? All right, thank you very much. Move to item number 2, the Hurricane Helene update, Mr. John Scrivani. And let me say this before we get started, John. Governor was, I don't know if it's because of the snowstorm if that had any impact on us. But as you may recall, when the governor took office, it was about 6 days after the snowstorm debacle on 95. And we had one shortly after that, another one. And I just can't tell you, I can tell you, the governor was intimately engaged at 2 and 3 times a day with everybody that needed to be involved, and obviously the commissioner and across the cabinet, across the administration. He's been like that ever since. And it doesn't matter what weather event it might be, he has been intimately involved in the detail of making sure that we are prepared. In the case of Hurricane Helene, relative to some of our neighbors and friends who had much more. But between VDOT and all the rest of the transportation agencies, we were positioned, people, we'd had plans in place, and we were ready to go. And John's been a huge piece of that. So when we went down there early on, a couple days in, the commissioner and I and John and others, dug in from the very beginning. We still engage. We're engaged every day down there, and the administration. I think the governor's been down there at least a dozen times. He's back, and he's just, he's not giving it up until we get everything complete, and that's. I just wanted to let you know how well our team performed. There's still a lot of work to do. It was a awful sight to see, where people's homes are washed out and gone. 58, we've got miles of 58 that are just gone. I tell you, I've told other people this, but it was just amazing to me, and I think I've said it. And when we were down there, the first time we went down, we constructed a new bridge across that river, that creek down there, in a couple days, 36 hours, not a couple days, a day and a half. Constructed a 90-foot bridge that can take trucks across it. It was just amazing to watch. But down there, I met a couple, who I believe were in their 80s, and they had it along the river. And when the floods, when the storm came, it just basically took this little creek and turned it into a raging. Very circuitous route of the river, like many of them. And so when this water hits a turn, it doesn't turn, it just goes straight. And their house was straight. And it took the house off the foundation. It broke it in half. He got tossed out and had a life jacket. They'd gone up to the second floor, and he had a life jacket. He tied himself to a tree in the river as all this is happening. And his comment was, well, even if I died, perhaps they'll be able to find my body because I'm tied to this tree. It beat him to death for a while in the river. They rescued him, right? They found him and rescued him, got him out. Then they went down to the house. They'd gone down the river and lodged somewhere against the bank. And they went in the house and they found the wife upstairs in a rocking chair. And they brought her out. And I was standing there with you folks, and the governor up there on his head, he was all beat up. But he was just fine. They were just fine. They were like nothing had happened. I was like, wow, can you imagine that? So those are the kinds of people we ran into when we were down there. And it just was great. The spirit of those people and the courage of those folks. And John and his team just had a huge impact on their life.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Secretary, Commissioner, members of the board, appreciate your time today. Allow me to go through VDOT's preparedness, response, and recovery to Hurricane Helene. I'm John Scrivani. I'm the Director for Safety, Security, and Emergency Management for VDOT. A lot of you watched the weather, saw what happened. As the storm approaches, it makes landfall in Florida on September 26th. Maximum sustained winds of 140 miles an hour. This is a big and powerful storm as it approaches. Next day, it moves northwest through Georgia. Now it gets downgraded rapidly to a tropical storm. But just realize that even though that downgrade is about winds, not actually the power and the size of the storm, it continues to ravage the states as it approaches us. Continues its path through the Carolinas, and then on the 29th, it hits Southwest Virginia and Tennessee, and clearly saw the damages that it created both in our state and the states south of us. So just to talk about the size of that storm, just the tropical storm force winds as it approached Virginia were still about 275 miles from the center, which meant the entire impact of the storm was over 550 miles from the center. So very, very large, powerful storm. As our preparedness, as the Secretary mentioned, we did get a declaration from the governor. Our early preparation and mobilization and work in coordination with all the state agencies and the localities really had us leaning forward very quickly, and it gave us the opportunity to respond quicker once the storm did pass. Working with those local communities, putting out those messages, both from VDOT perspective, but coordinating with the state police, the National Guard, with VDEM, to make sure that all that messaging was coordinated and the same, so that we didn't confuse any of the residents as they were trying to make decisions on what to do and where to go and how to get support. We did press releases, a lot of social media, and a lot of television interviews, and again, information on our website. So on the 23rd, we began watching this storm, and you go back to that track, it's a few days before it was even ready to make landfall. So my team, working upstairs, we tracked this weather every day. And as this storm started to brew very far south in the Gulf, we were preparing and doing our readiness conditions to make sure if it did come this way, we were ready to handle it. We participate with VDEM. They start to do their size-up calls. They're coordinating the entire government response and working closely with the governor's office and all the other state agencies to make sure they're prepared as well. We start to issue internal emergency declarations for our district and our central office, which gives us some additional mechanisms to make sure that our people are prepared. We start to staff the Virginia Emergency Operations Center and our situation room upstairs. The districts begin to respond on the 25th, ahead of the storm, clearing down trees, unblocking pipes, and detouring traffic around roadway impacts, as we had a smaller storm ahead of this, and we knew if we didn't get those drainage areas cleared and keep these roads clear before the major storm hit, we would really be behind the eight ball. Tremendous amount of equipment gets sent out to these events. Clearly our equipment well, but our folks also have a lot of smaller equipment that we have to check and deploy and get ready to go. On the 26th, we do a statewide call. This is something that we do for all major weather events. It's very regimented, very mature at this point. We have our districts send us their mobilization plans so that we know and that we could brief the Secretary, the Commissioner, and the leadership team on what the districts are planning to do, and ultimately that can go up to the governor's office. We put a lot of our contract crews on notice, knowing that this storm could have heavy impacts, especially for trees down. We want to make sure we get those roadways cleared very quickly to facilitate the other emergency responders to be out there as well. Can't move the emergency response folks if we have all the roads blocked. So our team is prepared to make sure we get out there ahead of them. Check our drainage infrastructure. We know we have flood-prone locations. We know how much rain this is going to bring, so we get out there and check that ahead of time. We start to pre-stage equipment. We start to roster what's called the Highway Emergency Response Team. That is taking folks from other districts that will possibly be less impacted and have them ready to respond down into the southwest area or whatever area became the most impacted. And that paid dividends as we sent a bunch of those folks downrange. I'll talk about that here in a minute. Commissioner Britch authorized an emergency transportation waiver. That impacts both things that happen in Virginia, but as the southern states below us were seeing impacts, we knew that there would be interstate support coming, both in utility crews and debris removal efforts that had to come through Virginia. So we issued that transportation waiver. And then we start issuing mobilization reports and situation reports. This is just a couple of pictures I wanted to explain what we encountered when we first got down there. On the left, you see pile of debris, pile of wood, but I don't know if you could see it in the middle. There's a little gray spot. That's actually a pickup truck that got washed off of 58 and up almost into the creek. And just to the right of that you can't see in the picture, there was a camp, a tent that was set up that had people living in it. And this truck was actually a firefighter's truck, and Secretary and I actually searched this to make sure there was nobody in there when we got down there.
And let me say this, that's not a comfortable thing. When you go up and you saw this place, and this wasn't a campsite. Somebody was living in this tent, like living. They had cut all hanging out of the tree.
Barbecue.
They had a grill. There were diapers in the tent. There'd been a baby in there. And the truck was just crunched and shoved up under all this stuff. And when you go there, you're really hoping that you don't find anything. But you got this truck and I'm not used to that, right? I'm not a first responder. I was a long time ago, but I haven't done that long. And you're just hopeful that there's nobody in the truck, and thank goodness there wasn't anybody in the truck. But it's a real thing. It's an impactful thing when you encounter that. Anyway, John.
Just the other pictures, the Connex box you see was actually wedged underneath the Route 91 bridge. That when Commissioner Britch and I first got there the day before, that Connex was still underneath the bridge, but you couldn't really see the damage to it. So just think about the power of the water. That dent you see in that Connex box is from the water pushing it up against the bridge. Bridge held, so that was a good thing. On the right is one of the trestles from the Creeper Trail. Creeper Trail is a fairly long nature trail in Southwest Virginia. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with it, but it drives a big significant part of the economy in that area. The trail had over 30 trestles in the Forest Service area, and most of them are either gone or damaged. And I crossed that trestle just to get this picture and have a good look at it, and it's amazing to see the amount of debris on it. And what you see in that picture in the bottom left is there's a pipe. A lot of the water supply for the area and the Taylor's Valley area actually ran through that trail, which was destroyed. And some of the other bridges are actually on top of this bridge. So
See these bridges and they're bent. Big metal bridges and they're just bent.
This is a 100-plus-year-old railroad bridge that they were using for the trail, and it's basically destroyed.
John, let me just say this. They're here nor there perhaps from a transportation perspective, but maybe it is. But my point is, you made the point that it's a significant economic driver. It is the economic driver. I didn't know that as well as I know it now. If you go to Damascus, Virginia, and you look at how many people, there's like 250,000 people come through there on the trail, 250,000, right, in little Damascus, Virginia. And you look at the businesses, and they're all trail, not all of them, but many of them are trail related. It's bike shops and van services and all sorts of bed and breakfast and all sorts of things that basically service the trail. Huge economic driver in that piece of Virginia. And it's gone, and a big piece of it's gone right now. The Damascus East is like our 58, and it's just take a while to get it back, and it's going to take a lot of money. The state doesn't own it, if you will, and so there's lots of issues in how to get that back. But I will tell you that got leaned in and went down and surveyed these bridges for that bridge, but they still were able to get some eyes on it and take some analysis and do some stuff to help. Impactful to the daily lives of these people because so much of their economy is tied.
Thanks, sir. So just what we first encountered as we started, we had over 400 roads closed and 99 structures that could see the bridges or culverts or pipes that were washed out. We estimate over 500,000 cubic yards of debris needed to be removed. We're at about 116,000 that we've removed so far, so this is an ongoing effort. Over 170,000 hours of just VDOT labor hours have been spent on this so far. That number I got updated this morning to 20 million. We're up to 22 million as of this morning, 17 million of that being in just the Bristol district alone. We've had over 2,500 people from VDOT engaged in the initial response. I spoke of those highway emergency response teams, those HERT teams. We ended up sending 9 of those teams with over 150 people down to support this for 30 days. And then the feedback we got from those teams as Commissioner and the Secretary and I were down there was incredible. Some of these teams came from other parts of the state. They never had encountered the population in this part of the state. They've never encountered the terrain. So it was actually an amazing learning experience for our folks. They got a lot of exposure to different things that they might not have if they were in their home district. Those teams came out of Fredericksburg, Nova, Richmond, Hampton Roads, and Stanton. So you can see this was a statewide effort. We had folks from all over the state responding down to Southwest. And we had 7 localities request our assistance as well. And even though we had this much impact to our own infrastructure, we were still able to fill those and help the locals with their requests. Just on the right is to give you an idea of where we're at today. And we're actually down to the number on the right is only 6 secondary roads are closed, 1 primary, which is 58, which we're going to be dealing with for a little while. And then we only have 4 bridges that are still impacted that are closed. So from the numbers we started to where we are today is significant work by our teams and our contractors that are supporting us. These are the things that our teams do. We cleared down trees, we clean ditches, we're closing and monitoring overtop roads, inspecting roads. Can't really, even though the water is gone, we still have to go out there and take a look and make sure they're safe. We're making emergency repairs. And emergency repairs in some of these areas are time consuming. One bridge that we had to rebuild both the approaches, the round trip to the quarry was 1 hour and 45 minutes. So just think about, we had 60 to 70 truckfuls of rock just to rebuild the approaches. So just the time with, doing that with the turns on the truck, a 12-hour day, it's a lot of work for our guys. The big piece of this is communicating all this to the public. We need to make sure they know where to go and where not to go, where it's safe. There were some significant detours. There still are some out there. And we need to make sure we're continually communicating that with the public and having the other agencies support us as well as we're doing that. These recovery efforts, ours is significant, but there are major other ones going on as well. The Army Corps of Engineers is working down there. VDEM is working. There are other contractors that are brought in by localities. All of these things have to kind of gel together as we're doing this, and we don't want to be bumping into each other. And we continually staff the Emergency Operations Center over at VDEM.
And I'll tell you, it's interesting. We had great partners in North Carolina, but we had to go into North Carolina to get to some places in Virginia. Out of North Carolina and then come up back into Virginia to get to places. And
so once a storm rolls through, we've put in a very robust process to quickly figure out where these damages are, what they are, and how much we think it's going to cost, and how we can start to work with the federal government and their assistance programs to get this money back. So to date, we estimate we have about $132 million worth of damages. These are the roadways and structures that we think need repair. Currently, our funding area, the money that we're paying out is coming out of our maintenance and operations program. And we're working with the 2 major assistance programs, one with FEMA, where we're seeking between 75 and 100% reimbursement, and Federal Highway Administration, where we're seeking between 80 and 100% reimbursement, depending on the type of project and what the damage is. The numbers on the right are all the sites that we collected. So that could have been just a tree down, a debris. It might not have been a permanent repair. So it's anything where we're expending costs and we have to try and do cost recovery.
let me say a couple things with this slide. One is, John sort of mentioned this and glossed over it. That money's coming out of maintenance, folks, right? And that's on everything that we do. And some of that will be reimbursed. And to that point, the commissioner made a really good decision early on, which is That could change. Up to those people right then than waiting. We pulled out all the stops, did everything that we could do immediately, you know, and perhaps we won't get as much reimbursement. Value back to our citizens is huge.
So just to go through some of the more damaged locations. So this is Route 1212 inside Damascus. It's heading, as you're heading east toward Route 58. This was a structure that completely lifted off the approaches. You could see the middle and the right is what is sitting out there today. We're working on a plan to remove that out of the waterway and start to reconstruct that bridge. This is one of the bridges in Taylor's Valley. You can see the picture on the left is a wood deck bridge. And then as you go across, you could see, just reference the house, in the top left picture, the red house, and the void that's underneath that house and how much land is now gone from the power of the water. And what you found from that bridge was that bridge, you know, the approaches were gone, but the actual bridge was still there. But it was impassable, and that's why our team had put up the temporary bridge that the Secretary had mentioned. But the amount of debris that was stuck under that bridge took us a couple of days to get it out of there with heavy equipment. It was, you know.
Those folks were cut off. There was no way out. And there's also was a water situation up that road where there was a, and we couldn't get to that either because the bridge was out. All this was impacting everybody around there. And so this is what.
So if you just look at the picture on the bottom right, in the left-hand side of that picture, it looks like there's a black road that was just cut in. That is where we put in the temporary bridge. So I'm gonna show a picture of that here in a second, but it's a good overview to see where we cut that bridge in. So, hello? Oh, there we go. I thought we lost it. So this is the temporary bridge that we put in to give us the opportunity to get access, as the Secretary said, across that waterway. This is called the Bailey Bridge. Our team from Stanton brought this down. We worked for 36 hours with the Stanton crew and the Bristol crew, and they got this put up. We drove across it. You could put, you know, heavy trucks across it. It serves the need of the community. This is a second bridge just to the north of the one that was washed out. This again, the bridge didn't move, but both of the approaches were gone. This is the one I said we needed 60 or 70 truckloads of material to get over there and repair it. We came in from the other side as we were constructing the temporary bridge. But this too, you know, these two bridges are only about a half a mile apart, and both of them were, the approaches were completely devastated. Luckily, the bridge decks were intact. We were still able to use them with minor repairs to the guardrail. This is the big damaged area, Route 58. We have about a mile and a half of Route 58 that is gone. It's not there anymore. The river has redirected itself to where the roadway was. Our teams are out there working now. We geolocated these points to give you reference of before the storm and after the storm and where they were. So as you can see, on the right it's completely gone. There are other utilities that also run through this area. There's fiber optics, there's some water lines. So all of these things have to be coordinated as we do these rebuilds.
River's taking that whole spot?
Correct.
Wow.
On.
Yep. So just reference where the river
We walked
is.
down that, a good piece of that from both sides, and it's just gone. Mile and a half of Route 58 doesn't exist. And it'll take us.
Yeah, if you just
The
reference.
question is, when you get
center.
it back, how do you get, what do you do to put it back, and how do you make it more resilient? And that,
Like where I grew up, I don't know if you're getting that back. There's a whole other thing that they would say that's took that.
We're gonna get it back. There's another section, just similar, before and after, see where the water came up. All right, so our next steps, we estimate we have about 3 to 6 months to collect all the debris. And when I say collect the debris, it's not just picking it up off the road. We actually have significant tree damage along the right-of-way that we have to make safe. So if there are any hangers or leaners or trees that, we cut them at the roadway to get access, we have to go back and actually finish that job. So it's going to take us a while to get some of that debris out of the way. We're estimating about 12 months to complete all these repairs. It'll take us up to 3 years to get all the federal reimbursement that we are trying to get back from the federal government. It's a slow process, a lot of documentation, a lot of work. I'm actually leaving here and driving to Bristol to take the Federal Highway Administration out on a tour today. So we will continue to work on that. And then there's an ongoing debris task force, because it's not just our debris that's out there. You have all these homes that washed away. You have 2 major lakes that have a significant amount of debris and hazardous materials in them. So there's an ongoing coordination effort between our teams and the other state agencies and the feds that are doing this.
A really stupid, I have 2 stupid questions. One, that
I only get
tunnel,
one stupid question.
well, one's a stupid question and one is just out of curiosity. I'll classify. That tunnel in Bristol that goes under Bristol, how'd that do? Where the bats are, that we walked, that goes, yeah. How'd that do? It was unaffected? Okay, I was just curious, just wondering how that did. And then the manpower for this, is this like the Virginia Guard or the National Guard? Like, where do you get the people to come and support
So
this
on the
debris
VDOT,
task force?
from the VDOT side or the debris task force side? Which one?
Or who
All the
are the
above.
people
So the
who work on
VDOT,
this?
the VDOT part is primarily us and our contractors. We don't really use the National Guard for any of the things we're doing. We might have had some initial support from them on the first couple of days to do some tree reduction, just to get some roads open. But primarily, our workforce we have a robust workforce and a robust bench of contractors that help us, so we put them out there. Now, the debris task force that VDEM is running is primarily contractors doing all this work. Now, we hired 3 debris contractors to go out and work with our teams. It's phased. So the question you're asking is, when we initially do this, we just surge all our people out there and some of our regular contractors that we use day to day. Once we get into a more recovery phase, we brought in 3 additional debris contractors that they just do this for a living. They come in from other parts of the country. They're like storm chasers. They love this stuff. And then VDEM is working, one with Army Corps of Engineers, because they own a big part of the federal debris mission, and they have a contractor hired to deal with the 2 lakes. And then they have another debris contractor dealing with like the homeowner debris and business debris and everything that's coming out to the curb at this point.
Very interesting. We would use contractors and we wouldn't call in like National Guard or Army or Virginia
So
Guard.
the contractors are actually cheaper in the long run.
Really? We wouldn't just
Significantly
pull in
cheaper.
Title 10, Title 5 support and call them up. That was just very intriguing to me that we would do it that way.
It's
That's cheaper.
significantly cheaper to do it with contractors.
Thank you, John. Any questions?
Any other questions?
Let me just say this, the people in that part of Virginia, like everywhere in Virginia, actually, it warms your heart when you see how these people band together, face adversity, fix the problem. And you go see somebody whose house was trashed and everything they owned was on the front porch, right? In various states of mess. And they're helping their neighbor next door do something, right? And you saw, it was really quite, in some ways, it was just nice to see that and be there. Because those people they got kicked right in the teeth and it didn't faze them, man. They just stood right back up and did what they had to do. It was really, really great to see. Thanks, John. And we toured around. It was interesting. Thank Elon Musk and Starlink, because John had he strapped a Starlink receiver to the top of his vehicle, and we chased him so that we could stay close to him to be able to be in communication. And so John's truck was out front with his receiver and transmitter on it, and we were right behind him moving around. And we pretty much stayed connected the whole time, Commissioner. You know, a couple times we'd get hidden somewhere and we lost signal, but a robust group of folks down there, and it was great to see them. Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, first of all, being from rural Southwest Virginia that was less impacted by than some of these areas, I want to thank you and your team for everything that you've done. And just point out, rural Virginia is such an important part of our total landscape as a Commonwealth. You mentioned the tourism factor, and so many of the people from the urban areas come to the rural areas just to enjoy our natural beauty, which you have to work very hard now to restore. And I just want to remind everyone that it's not just the people whose properties were destroyed and this unbelievable damage that we've seen, but even in rural areas that didn't have this huge damage, rural roads were damaged. And the Secretary talked about how this comes out of the maintenance budget, which is huge. And so the maintenance budget is dealing with this disaster, and has to deal with other roads that were not severely impacted, but were impacted. And in the rural areas, you have to just keep in mind that if the roads aren't working, if the roads are rutted, if the roads are not in good shape, how do the rural people get to work? So it's the natural disaster issues that you're dealing with, and then it's just the daily maintenance of rural roads that is required. And I hope that this presentation can be given to not just committees of the General Assembly who deal with transportation, but members of the General Assembly who live in urban areas who might really be unaware of the impacts on rural Virginia, which is an important part of the Commonwealth's fabric. And I just thank you again for the work that you're doing. And if there's a trickle of money left over from budget surpluses, Mr. Secretary, that can be put into the maintenance budget, I certainly would say, please do that. Thank you. Thank you very much again, John.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, Dr. Sloot.
you know, we've all experienced situations where governmental functions and non-governmental functions sometimes didn't work very well. This is one to be celebrated. The day after the storm, I called 3 county managers in my district, those along the New River. And to a person, they said that they were getting all the assistance that was needed, that the presence of VDOT and even you and the commissioner on site was a great inspiration to them in maintaining morale. And they were just highly complimentary. They had nothing critical to offer about the response of VDOT and transportation in general to the storm. So excellent work.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is item number 3, National Bridge Inspection Standards Update. Mr. Henyon, and I'm going to step out for a moment, and Mr. Kaspertz is going to. Bye.
Do you need your phone, Mr. Secretary?
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Commissioner, and members of the board. I'm Greg Henyon, the State Structural and Bridge Engineer, and I'm here to share some information regarding recent changes to the National Bridge Inspection Standards and how the department is reacting to them. So the National Bridge Inspection Standards were established in 1971, and they established a standard for safety inspection of highway bridges on our public roads throughout the United States. So these are the standards that simply require us to perform and report our bridge safety inspections. And these standards have been recently updated roughly about 1.5 years ago. So changes to these standards include incorporation of the FHWA specifications for the National Bridge Inventory. I'll discuss this a little bit in detail on the next slide. Updated bridge safety inspector qualifications, new requirements for joint written agreements delineating inspection and data reporting responsibilities for bridges which cross across state boundaries. And I'll discuss this a little further in the presentation. And then basically various administrative minor revisions. So looking at the specifications for the National Bridge Inventory, basically what this does is this changes the data schema. The data that we report up into FHWA, requirements relative to the data fields themselves, and then how those fields are mapped and relate to each other. Those changes have been dictated, and it's requiring us to basically change our data collection and how we will report data in the future. At the current time, we are mapping our existing data systems to make sure that as we adopt the new schema, we're not breaking any internal or downstream links within VDOT's data network. Key dates for this effort, January 26th is the deadline for us to begin collecting and reporting data in this new format. In order for this to happen, we will rely on FHWA to make changes on their end. They need to make the same data schema changes so that their system can receive our data in a new schema. So while we'll be prepared in advance of this deadline, we won't be able to physically report until the deadline hits. And then we have a 2-year process for our traditional round of bridge safety inspections. They typically happen on a 2-year cycle. So 2 years after the initial date, at that point in time, all bridges will have been through an inspection cycle. And at that point, all data will need to conform to the new requirements. Looking at the border bridge agreement specifically, CFR 650-307 requires each state transportation department to do proper inspections and evaluations, and that is not just for bridges that are fully contained, but also partially contained within our boundaries. And then skipping forward to Section D, delineates that when a bridge does cross boundaries, that both border states need to enter into a formal written agreement that delineates those responsibilities for both the inspection of that bridge as well as the collection of the reporting of the collected inspection data. So our current status on this effort, there are 19 bridges that are border bridges for us in the Commonwealth. Maryland has 7 of them. Currently, we have a draft agreement. Actually, earlier this week, we received final comments back from Maryland. There were none. So at this point in time, we believe we are ready to move forward with an agreement with Maryland. District of Columbia has 9 agreements. That seems to be on the tail end of legal review. We sent minor comments back to District of Columbia, and we're just awaiting them to confirm that they take no issue with them. Both Maryland and DC, the bridges are the responsibility of Maryland and DC, so they will be the lead for all of the bridges in question. Moving forward to Tennessee, we have 2 bridges, one of which was mentioned just a few moments ago. We have 2 bridges that reside in the city of Bristol. They will require an inspection agreement to actually be written for city of Bristol in Tennessee, and then VDOT will need to enter into an agreement on the data sharing side. Currently, we're in discussions with both parties to figure out whether the best way forward is to enter into a 3-party agreement or 2 separate individual agreements. So this one, we're still working on some of the details. It's a little more complex than some of our others. And then we have a single bridge in West Virginia that currently does have an inspection agreement in place. So we just need to come back and amend that and designate a lead state for the reporting and memorialize that. So as we look at next steps, notwithstanding the contents of this slide, we recently discovered some prevailing code regarding agreements directly related to bridges and tunnels that extend beyond the limits of the Commonwealth. And because of this, these next steps will need to be modified. Section 33.2.249 of the code allows the Commissioner of Highways to enter into agreements with other states and the District of Columbia upon such terms and conditions as may be necessary for the maintenance and operation, including the issue of permits of public highway bridges or tunnels lying partly within and partly outside the territorial limits of Virginia. So as far as our next steps in this is essentially we're looking to move to step 3 and just have the commissioner execute these written agreements with neighboring states. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions? All right, thank you very much. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lawson.
I'm just curious, if the code gives us the authority, is this something where Steve will enter into these agreements and then report back? Or what is it that you want? Or just you have authority and it's done?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, as we were prepping for this, we sent out the slides looking at one part of the code. The other part of the code is Mr. Henyon pointed out, does give the commissioner direct authority without having to go through the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So this became much more of an informational package rather than pulling it out of the package for today, just recognizing that another portion of the code does give authority to the commissioner to be able to enter into these types of agreements and not necessarily usurping the board's authority.
Kept it in for transparency, sir.
Thank you.
Else? Thank you, Mr. Henyon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaskowitz. The next item on the agenda is item number 4, the project pipeline. Mr. Chad Tucker. Good morning, Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson is going to introduce this.
And Mr. Secretary, members of the board, you hear us come before you to talk about, OIP come before you and talk about V-Trans and Smart Scale, but there's a lot of other things that OIP does to help support your efforts to pick good projects and to provide good transportation solutions. So what we have before you today is while we're in the midst of round 6 scoring and looking forward to what we will bring to you in January as the recommended staff scenario, we're already thinking about round 7. And what Mr. Tucker will have for you today is to talk about the project pipeline program that we have, where OIP actually provides some technical assistance to help prepare projects for the next round of Smart Scale. So what he's going to do today is talk through the program, where we are, and what we'll be looking to do over the next month with you to try to select a group of projects that we want to kind of study to help move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Tucker? Mr. Tucker. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you're doing well.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board.
Welcome.
So I will walk you through the program here real quick. I thought a good background would be in order. There's a number of new faces on the board. So what is the connection to other programs within OIPI? How does it connect to V-Trans and to Smart Scale, which the board oversees the policies for and makes the funding decisions? I'll get into a little bit of, what is performance-based planning? You'll hear that. Like, what do we mean when we say that? And then we'll go through the process we use to make recommendations to the board on what to include in the pipeline study process. And then next steps, we'll be setting up meetings with each board member over the next month to discuss the candidates that are being proposed and to solicit your input and perhaps edits to that list. So the first thing we wanted to start off on, and you may have seen this slide before, but I think it's really important to sort of frame where things were sort of 10 years ago before smart scale versus where things are now. Before smart scale, often projects would get selected, they would get added to the 6-year improvement program, typically a little bit of PE money, and then really the planning and scoping and figuring out the details of what that project was going to do would occur in the program as part of the preliminary engineering process. Well, smart scale sort of flipped that on its head and said, you know, for us to be able to score and estimate the benefits, we really need to understand what the project's doing. The details of the project need to be worked out up front. And so it's put much more emphasis on the planning and project development process to make sure that we've got projects that are ready, that are well scoped and well vetted, that we've got a good cost estimate, and that we're managing risk. If it is selected by the board, we're managing the downstream risk related to the project. There were a number of other policies. The decision by the board years ago to fully fund projects turned our 6-year improvement program, used to be a 20-year improvement program, if you costed out how long it would take to build everything that's in there. Now the board's policy to fully fund projects is really committing that project to move forward with all deliberate speed once it gets into the program. So, you know, sort of moving from that problem, we're going to a problem looking for a solution versus starting off with the solution in mind. You know, we want to make sure we understand what the issues are, what the needs are, and what the most cost-effective way of solving that problem is. So a little bit of background. In 2018, the board adopted a resolution, and this is one of the connections to VTrans, to say, well, we're only going to do, for capacity expansion type projects, we're only going to fund planning and project development activities that are supporting VTrans Priority 1 and Priority 2 locations. You'll be hearing about that a little bit more next month when Jatinder comes to talk to you about the update to those priorities. But essentially, Priority 1 and 2 locations are the worst of the worst. It's where you have multiple issues overlapping, and you've got a lot of severity related to those issues. So you've got congestion, safety, reliability all stacking up. In 2019, the board, because of this need to vet and have plan out projects and have the details worked out, the board saw the need to provide additional resources to localities and regions and initiated a pilot program to fund the project pipeline program. And we did a bunch of pilot studies throughout the state to sort of establish the templates and, you know, how we wanted to streamline those studies as best we could. And the board then formalized it in 2021 and set up the program funding of $6 million per year to fund the pipeline studies and to help feed the best programs or best projects we could for those priority locations to the smart scale and to other funding programs. Couple notable differences between pipeline and some of the other study programs that exist is, I think the biggest one is the collaborative approach with the board. Sitting down with the board members to discuss, you know, what we're thinking from a candidate process, how it lines up with the VTrans needs and priorities that the board adopts, and using the weight and force and gravitas, if you will, of the board to institutionalize performance-based planning as best we can throughout the Commonwealth. So that it's not just something the state's doing, but it's an approach that localities and regions and others are using as well. The program does mandate the inclusion of key stakeholders. So we make sure that localities are involved, any regional organizations that have authority over the transportation network that we're looking at. It is a multimodal approach, so we make sure we are including DRPT in all of the studies and their staff, and that we're looking at that as we move forward. We do make a lot of use of data, so we're centralizing the data and putting it in dashboards at the very beginning of the project so we can more quickly understand what are the crash issues that are occurring so that we can more quickly identify the solutions. Now, you've heard me say performance-based planning a couple times. What exactly do I mean when we say that? When you think of Smart Scale as a performance-based programming process, so it's giving you all metrics and information to base your decision on what's the best use of the money. Performance-based planning is very similar. It's a deliberate approach to understanding and fixing transportation problems. And so the first thing is ensure there's a problem to begin with. If it's not broke, don't fix it. So the VTrans needs and the priorities come into play in that we want to focus on things that we've clearly identified are problematic and that the data supports there's an issue. If you can prevent the breakage from occurring, do that. So there's steps we can do to preserve our assets, whether it's, access management, maintenance, protect the existing system and preserve its performance to the best we can. And then if it is broke, go through a deliberate process to start off with more cost-effective solutions to begin with. Are there operational things that we can do to make the system operate better? Are there more targeted improvements we can make? And so on and so forth. And then after you've exhausted that, are there things, maybe that won't work. We need to look at things like expand the capacity or build a new facility or a new build onto the system. So it was mentioned by Mr. Lawson, you've heard a lot about VTrans, you've heard about Smart Scale. It's been a while since I've presented before the board on Project Pipeline, but that was really intended to be the connection between the VTrans priority locations and providing that technical assistance to localities of identifying the best, most competitive solutions that we could to feed into the Smart Scale process. Because if you'll remember, only localities and regions and transit agencies are eligible applicants to put applications in besides the two CTB application. And so that's really the connection is sort of, serve as, if you will, the pipeline of good projects for applications for Smart Scale and for other funding programs. All right. The timeline is a 2-year cycle, and it really correlates with the Smart Scale cycle. So rather than go through all the bullets, I think the graphic on the right really describes it best. As Smart Scale funding decisions are being made in this January, that's when we're going to start standing up the next round of pipeline studies. So that by the time we get to round 7 of Smart Scale, we've got good projects and good solutions that applicants can seek funding for. And so it essentially rinses and repeats on this odd, even year cycle. To date, we've done 84 pipeline studies throughout the Commonwealth. There's a map here that shows each of the locations. We did 45 studies in the first round, and then we did 39 in round 2. And this is a breakdown sort of a funding summary for the program. You'll see there the first 2 columns. Let's see if I can get the laser pointer. So this is sort of the budget and the breakdown of studies that we did for the first round. And then in round 2, this is a breakdown of the number of studies and the funding by district. One thing I'll point out, you'll see that for round 1, a lot of the contracts we used to get the program up and running, to get the data collection, were more statewide. So like we're going to do statewide data collection for these 45 studies. So having that broke down by district in round 1 is a little bit difficult. In round 2, we implemented individual UPCs so that we could track things on the individual study basis. So that's the reason you see just the grand total for the first round. But essentially, we've done between around 40 to 45 each round of Project Pipeline. Before we move with the studies, we meet with the board members, and the board will take action to approve those studies. And that's something that we'll be doing hopefully next month. I did want to make mention of, so round 1 is the first round of pipeline studies is the only round where we have the results of, well, what happened of what got submitted for Smart Scale. So of 45 pipeline studies, 44 applications were submitted. to request funding in round 5 of Smart Scale. 24 of those got funded for almost a 55% success rate compared to 37% for others. So there was a pretty significant increase in the success rate for projects that went through this more deliberate performance-based planning process. We funded almost $300 million in round 5, or the board almost funded $300 million of improvements that came through the project pipeline program, and it accounted for almost one of every $5 that was allocated in round 1. For this upcoming round 6 of Smart Scale, we had 39 studies, 47 applications. We saw an uptick in the number of applications that were submitted. And then, of course, we'll find out in the coming months sort of how things shake out with respect to what gets selected from applications that came from those studies. Now, the process that we use to make staff recommendations to the board on what to potentially study each round of pipeline is we start, as I mentioned earlier, with the VTrans Priority 1 and Priority 2 locations. And then we start to subtract from that where we've already got improvements in the works. So if we've already got a fix in the 6-year program or one of the regions has funded through their program, there's no need in us doing another study. We need to wait and see what that project does to performance. If we've done a recent study in the last couple of years, we will remove that location from consideration. We also look each round of Smart Scale at applications that scored a high benefit, but weren't selected by the board, perhaps due to the cost. So once you divide it by cost in Smart Scale, the score went down and it didn't make the cut. Those are good opportunities where we know we're getting benefits. Are there ways that we can make that project leaner and meaner for the next round? Are there things that we can do to increase its benefit score or reduce its cost? So oftentimes those are value engineering efforts we'll do with the applicant community to help improve their success chances for the following round of Smart Scale. And then each of these locations are reviewed with board members individually, and then the board will take action to approve the final list, and then we'll hit the ground running on those studies. So what you can expect next step-wise is right after this meeting, we will start setting up OIPI. We'll start working with VDOT and DRPT to set up individual meetings with each of you to go through the staff-recommended study candidates that we're considering in each district. And we'll solicit feedback from you. Do you like those locations make sense? Do they align with your experience in the district or what you may be hearing from localities or other constituents? The board members can also recommend other studies. If they are not priority 1 or 2 locations, we do want the full board to bless that, to discuss that and bless that before we move forward. So the plan would be to do this over the next 2 or 3 weeks with the board in the lead up to January. And then at the January board meeting, we'll have already met with each of you individually, and then you can discuss any edits that have been proposed by the board and potentially take action in January for us to move forward with those studies. And that is...
So let me make a couple comments before we take any questions. And so obviously what we're doing here is trying to be proactive, not reactive. We're not an agency at VDOT or DRPT or any of us. Tell us what you want, and we'll tell you how it goes. We get out there and dig in with them early on and try to figure out solutions to their problems. And a lot of hand-holding, a lot of work. Even once you get past this and you get to Smart Scale, to that process, there's a lot of hand-holding, a lot of work that we do with localities, particularly the smaller ones that don't have the manpower and the expertise. A lot of proactive work that VDOT does. The other thing I would note to you is, Mr. Kaspowitz, when I first joined this board, there were just like today, there are district members and there are at-large members. And we treated them a little bit differently. And I never liked that as an at-large member. And so I'm bound and determined that we're not going to treat members differently, that we all have the same vote at this meeting. We all have the same goals at this meeting, goals meaning we're to represent and make judgments for the Commonwealth, not for the district that we may be aligned with or that we represent. If you're an urban at large, Mr. Kasparitz, that doesn't mean you just focus on the urban areas. It means you vote on everything, but you have a concentration perhaps of study in the urban areas. And if you're a district rep, it's the same thing. So as we go through these processes, whether it's whatever it is, I'm focused on making sure that everybody's got a seat at the table, everybody's got a voice in the vote. And so as we sit down, we won't just sit down with district members. We'll sit down with all members and make sure that everybody is part of the process.
A couple things. I had never known that you guys identified those projects that took that dip from benefit score to smart scale score. So that's very interesting that you do that, because there are some factors in this massive algorithm and algorithmic structure, whatever you want to call it. And we do see some things that start to tank. So that's very interesting that you guys do that. And I would be curious to see if you track the projects that if it didn't do well one year and then you guys kind of helped in the next years, did you see it do better? Do you guys track that and see if then the scores got better?
We do track that information and have a lot of that. Well, this was submitted in round 2 of Smart Scale. It didn't do well. We did some tweaks, and in round 3 it got funded. So there are a number of success cases where we've been able to, we being VDOT, DRPT, OIPI, have been able to work with the applicants to make their projects more competitive. We also track for the pipeline studies, all of the recommendations that come out of it, and then like what is successful in the subsequent rounds. But I don't like to measure success necessarily in the following round, because there are instances where in the following round something is successful because there's limited resources, limited finance. So that's something we have to track. Round 1 studies that we've done in pipeline might result in successes for multiple rounds of Smart Scale and other funding programs. And it's important for us to keep our finger on that and understand, how our study efforts are resulting, what results are we getting from those.
And then my kind of other topic, and I remember pipeline was part of some of the Smart Scale changes, these pipeline studies. I can't remember exactly what they were, but why it's interesting to me is because they're having rural areas in the Fredericksburg district. And a lot of the oxygen is taken up by 95 because you sit in traffic in Fredericksburg. But there are parts where we have some challenges in the district, but because it's not a V-Trans need, it doesn't qualify for Smart Scale, and it doesn't really qualify for many of the other funding programs. And I would be curious if other rural districts have similar problems. And so we know these challenges exist. The localities, the jurisdictions would love to put this forward, but there's really no place for it to go because there's just nowhere for it to fit. So how are we addressing that? And is there a way to address that either through the pipeline process or maybe some other process? And it's, we have them in the Middle Peninsula a lot, Northern Neck a lot. So I throw that out there. Is there a way for us to do that? And when we have our district meeting, I'm sure we can sit down and meet with the residency and the jurisdictions, but.
Yeah, I think there are some funding programs that often the locality can go after if it doesn't meet a V-Trans need. I think revenue sharing.
Well, so those ones have a matching thing. So not to cut you off and be rude, but Smart Scale is really unique because there's no matching requirement. And so when you come from a small locality where a penny on the tax rate generates $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, they don't have 20% to put down.
Yeah.
They can either fund a road project or they can fund a teacher. They're going to fund a teacher. So to them, they're not Hampton Roads, they're not Richmond, they're not Northern Virginia. They don't have a taxing authority. There's nowhere to go get this money. And so Smart Scale is the opportunity because there's not a matching requirement. And so that's why Smart Scale is so attractive to some of these small localities and jurisdictions where there is no other opportunity. And again, coming from the Fredericksburg district where we don't have a regional authority, and when I would have assumed that some of them, and I'll use Gloucester, would have had a much different financial picture than it does when you look up what their penny on the tax rate is, which is what a locality looks at. It is not what I would have thought. I would have thought it was more similar to a Stafford and a Spotsy, and it's not. And so they're not going to be able to come up with $1 million to match and bring up for a 20% down payment. So it's not a revenue sharing proposition. They don't have $10 million to bring to revenue sharing. Smart Scale is the program they need to get into. And so how do we get them into Smart Scale? How do we find a way to get them into this program? If that makes sense.
It does.
Because it is the only one that does not require a matching. So just kind of throw that out
Fellas,
there.
Mr. Lawson's going to say something, and Mr. Casper has a question. I would tell, it's good, great discussion about. I will say that even in Smart Scale, that while there's no matching requirement, it's baked into the algorithm that the more it costs the state, the worse the score is going to be. So if you put no money into a project in Smart Scale, it's not going to score as well as if you put half the money in Smart Scale. So you've already, it's even
But in the
more
district
impactful
grant
than you're
program,
saying.
it's better. So
Ma'am?
in the district grant program, they can still be successful. So they're not gonna compete in the
They
high
can,
priority
they can,
projects,
They
maybe.
can, but if there's another project in that area that doesn't have that same situation. Lawson has something he'd like to add.
Yeah, just, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Eller, just wanted to, point out that you have to remember to, Smart Scale is not the only funding program. It is the kind of the new construction capacity program for
Mr. Lawson,
construction.
as you would tell me often, it's not a program. It's a scoring
Correct.
system.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
It's
that.
it's the
I appreciate
district grant
being
program
corrected.
and the high priority program. Those are the programs. This is merely a scoring system.
Right. Smart Scale is a funding process.
Not all the time. So.
But if you don't have a V-Trans need, it's likely a safety issue. Safety is not Smart Scale's main focus, and yet there's a separate safety program that provides safety dollars. Of course, there's interstate money that's specific outside of Smart Scale. Of course, State of Good Repair kind of gets to the heavy maintenance side of things. So Smart Scale is not the only way, to get funded, and not every project is appropriately funded through Smart Scale. Just wanted to raise that.
There are opportunities, there are challenges that are being missed in some of these rural areas because they are doing some really interesting things to generate, and really it's their economic development. And it's not economic development that a Stafford or a Spotsy would do. Spotsylvania is bringing in Kalahari, right? That they're this huge investment in data centers and all of these things. To them, it's not. It's much more a small scale, but it's generating economic development for them. And so the opening of this is creating traffic. It is meeting these things, but because it's not meeting a V-Trans need, it's not getting them to where they can access this money. And it is creating issues. And so just, again, to have the opportunity to sit down and advocate for these localities, Because I think if we were able to have this candid conversation, and again, to put down on paper and to show you that the vast majority of localities in Virginia, when you look at the penny on the tax dollar, they are not Arlington County, which generates an insane amount of money from hotels. They are not a Stafford County, which is in the million for a penny now, or however much it is. They are under $1 million. They're probably under $500,000. And so they are making very tough decisions every year. And to come up with money to put down a 20% match, which is what they need to get into to certain programs, federal programs especially, they just can't do it. They don't have that ability. And maybe it's not a safety issue. It is a capacity issue. And so Smart Scale is where they need to go, but they have to get a VTrans need. And they're just not meeting it. It's just not there. And we can identify these because I do meet with a lot of these jurisdictions. I meet with all of the jurisdictions in the district, and I hear it. And it's just trying to find creative ways to get them into the program, the district grant program, not necessarily high priority, but to at least get them in, be competitive in the district grant program is what they're asking for. So that's the
Ms.
ask,
Sellers,
is how do we
there's-
find this?
We can go on, but Ms. Sellers, there's more needs than there is money. All right, that's the world that we're in. And we're never going to get out of that world. And you have to prioritize, and that's the system we have. I think your points are well taken and find ways to work on that. Ms. Casperts was
Thank you,
next.
Mr. Secretary. I have two
And then
comments.
Ms. Dunlap and Mr. Green. Yes, sir.
So I was part of this board when the need for a project pipeline became obvious after the development of Smart Scale as a metric and weighting system. And I watched a very effective collaboration between this board, OIP in the lead, Secretary's Office, and VDOT evolved the process to what we have today. And I say this by way of commending OIP in the role that they played in consolidating this information and putting this process in place. I now consider it standard operating procedure. And it works wonderfully. It does exactly what we set out to accomplish back in 17 and 18 when this was being discussed and envisioned. So my first comment is just to, I think, commend all involved, but OIP in particular, for the job that you've done in putting this together and making it a very effective tool in supplementing and augmenting the VTrans Smart Scale process. The second comment I would make is based on conversations with fellow board members last night. We're about to launch into another round of Smart Scale. It's a very complex process as we're all learning. Even I learn new things in this process. I think it would benefit this board if we were to take one of our upcoming meetings, perhaps January or February, and do a presentation, perhaps a couple hours, and go through the basic processes in Smart Scale, the timelines and the expectations in each of the steps that every one of our board members are going to be part of in the coming months. I think having a uniform understanding of things like what the pipeline is about would be extremely beneficial. And I say that not in recognition of the fact that I got a lot of different inputs last night, but I think that we would benefit from it because it would put us all on a level playing field to start this next round. And last, Chad, I appreciate your role in this in particular. I think you've been a great resource for me in particular. I greatly appreciate it.
Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, I appreciate that. I'm learning a lot in all this, but my question right now is, you said at the beginning that the role of pipeline was to solve problems. What is the definition of a problem that you're trying to solve?
So the problems that we're focused on will be the VTrans needs through the VTrans process. So there's individual categories like safety, congestion, reliability, need for transit service or bike ped accommodations. There's a number of different need categories. And so we'll focus on those needs that exist within those corridors to try to understand, well, what's causing the congestion? Is it an AM peak, like morning peak congestion problem? Is it occurring in the evening? Is it related to a specific intersection that we could target and improve? And so those are the specific things that we'll start off with. that we want to look at, understand, and then target the solutions and the countermeasures. What projects would solve those particular problems? But we don't stop there. We'll meet with the localities, and regional organizations are part of the stakeholder work group. And we will ask them, are there any needs we didn't identify through the data? Because, it's relatively sort of focused on these broad categories, but are there other things that you're experiencing that we should look at while we're out in the field? We also do surveys of public surrounding the proposed study corridor to get their feedback on what are the issues that you deal with on a daily basis as you're using this corridor for travel or for commerce. And sometimes things that our data doesn't tease out will come out of those, and those will be things that we'll include in the studies.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My only reason for asking this very specific question is, there are problems, and then there are needs, and then there are wants. And I'm just, as I am learning about this, I'm kind of struggling with, is this a problem relative to other problems that we might have in transportation? Or is this a need, or is this a want? And I think that maybe as I learn more about this, it will become more clear to me. But I know there are needs that we have maybe that might not, there are needs that fit the definition of what I think a problem would be. And then there are wants that probably wouldn't. And I know you talk oftentimes about how we have more needs and wants than we have money. And I just am struggling with, can we make sure that we're really solving real problems with the money that we have?
Well, I think the design of the system where you have a overriding goals that come out of VTrans, right? Which then drive you down and you those are needs. The concept of those aren't wants, those are needs, right? And then you drive that down, so you got to get through that gate. Then you get into a scoring process, at least as it relates to the two programs we're talking about with district grants and high priority. And we have a system that we tweaked after a year's worth of work last year. We changed the system a bit. The system that then scores those relative to those needs and relative to every other project that is in the scoring cycle. And so in theory, we've identified it as a need at a high level. We have then scored it to see the cost-benefit relationship relative to every other project that is also been identified as a need, and on the ones that give us the best return. That's the concept, right? Now, nothing's perfect, and we reserve the right at this board level to for the scoring system if we want to. And we've done that before. And as I've said, if we do that very often, then we have a problem because we don't have a system anymore. That's exactly what we created to get out of that problem that we had, where in essence, the boards sort of sat around and decided which projects we were going to do without the same mechanisms that we have today. So it's to try to take the politics and the stuff out of that and just fund good projects. And good was defined as it meets a need that we've identified, and it brings relative benefits higher, cost-benefit relationship higher than some other need. And we fund the ones that bring the most value. And then we stop when we run out of money. And that's sort of big picture how I see it working. And I think it's pretty darn good. And frankly, we're ahead of most of the country in this regard as to how we do these things. So it's not perfect, and we can battle through the needs, and we'll see some more VTrans stuff, and we'll talk about that, and but it's a pretty darn good system, and it gives us pretty good results. Mr. Cribben.
Just one general comment and then one specific comment. Just to put this all in context, I remember the bad old days where VDOT had this enormous long list of projects that were underway and this tiny little subset of that list that projects were actually be delivered. And so moving away from that political allocation where everyone got a little bit of money to this system does put Virginia like ahead of most of the country in terms of thoughtfully selecting projects.
And the requirement that they're, to your point, the requirement that they're fully funded,
Correct.
right? We don't start something we can't finish.
Right, right. I mean, it was insanely wasteful back in the day. So this is a much, much better system. I totally agree with my colleague, Mr. Kaspritz's comment that we ought to take a block of time at some point and just go through all of it because it is a critical part of how we deliver transportation in the Commonwealth. But my specific question really was, Mr. Tucker, that was a great presentation. Thank you. How do the studies tie to the applications? And what is being studied? And I noticed that the Richmond area seemed to have studies that were significantly more expensive than anywhere else. I was just sort of curious. It's like but help me understand.
That's Mr. Davis. That's how he is.
But just help me understand you identify a need, then there are studies, then there are applications that are coming up the other way. How do those mesh together?
So essentially, our study process is broken into three main phases. The first phase is let's understand the problems and let's fully quantify them and validate them with the locality and the public. The second phase is let's test all the range of solutions and let's try to pick the best ones that are going to be the most competitive. So that's your sort of phase two. And phase two will result in everybody agreeing that these are the solutions that we think are the best. So it's your to prefer.
And this is driven by VDOT, or this is VDOT and the communities?
It's VDOT, DRPT, OIPI working with the local government, the region collaboratively. There's several touch points in each phase where we're meeting with them. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with how we filtered these 8 potential solutions down to these 2 that we want to do more detailed analysis on? And then the third and final phase is really that getting the application materials ready. So we prepare a sketch for the applicant to include in their application. We include a detailed cost estimate that addresses a lot of the risk factors that are concerns for the state, such as right-of-way impacts and utilities and so on and so forth. So we essentially give them almost everything that they need to then submit an application for the upcoming round. That third and final phase is the push to give the locality, the region, what they need to then put their pre-application in for the next round of the process.
Anyone else? Yes, sir, Mr. Coleman.
Chad, I was struck by your comment that the CTB members have the opportunity, if they see or they hear of a local need, to bring that to your attention for action to get into the pipeline. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And then we would bring that to the full board and sort of discuss that, and the board would then take action on the final list to move forward. But yes, there is the opportunity for the board members to sort of call an audible and say, well, I agree with these, but, this one here I'd like to include. I'm getting a lot of, I experience this one every day, or I'm getting call from constituents or other stakeholders that this is a problem. And so that's an area that we'll look at. It just requires the full board to take action on it, which will be coming to y'all in January. Mr. Kraspwitz, to your point earlier, one thing we may be able to do, since we'll be setting up individual meetings with each of you over the next 2 or 3 weeks to discuss Project Pipeline, we could do double duty and discuss the upcoming round of Smart Scale, potentially what to expect, particularly for board members that have never gone through that before, what the timeline
Mr.
is.
Tucker, we're going to do that in mass.
Okay.
We're going to do it in mass. Right?
Yep.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We've been at this for a couple hours now. Take a 10-minute recess. Please be back here in 10 minutes, which will be 11:17. Thank you. We're in recess. I'll call our meeting back into order. And the next item on our agenda is item number 5, the Smart Scale proposed project cancellation of the 5th Street Southwest and Ridge. Okay, in the Culpeper District. Ms. Pryor.
Morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Secretary.
Welcome.
members of
Hope
the
you're
board.
well.
Thank you. Today I'll be presenting 2 proposed smart scale cancellations to you. The first, as Mr. Secretary indicated, is in Culpeper District. By way of background, as a reminder, once a project has been selected for high priority funding or construction district grant funding, they can only be canceled by an action of the board. The project in question today is the 5th Street Southwest and Ridge Street project in the city of Charlottesville. These were actually 2 separate projects submitted in rounds 3 and 4. We consolidated the 2 projects for delivery purposes. It can often streamline some of the administrative tasks associated with project delivery. That was the case with these 2. They were both submitted by the city of Charlottesville. The combined project cost is $14.8 million. The combined smart scale request was also $14.8 million. Both projects were fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included various safety, congestion, and accessibility improvements along Ridge Street, Cherry Avenue, and Elliott Avenue, as well as multimodal improvements along Ridge Street, including bicycle and pedestrian facilities and some signal improvements and ramp extensions. The benefits for both projects were primarily due to economic development and land use. In terms of a snapshot of the projects from a scoring perspective, the total combined cost again was $14.8 million. The score for the round 3 project, which was the 5th Street project, was 5.3. The score for the Ridge Street project in round 4 was 17.3. In terms of rank, the 5th Street project ranked 5 out of 6 projects selected in that cohort. The Ridge Street project ranked 3 out of 21. To date, now, the project hasn't started and we've incurred no expenditures. Current estimate is severely underfunded due to inflation, unit costs, higher than anticipated right-of-way costs. You'll recall I brought a workshop item last month from the city of Charlottesville, also another cancellation. The city is engaged with the district in a pretty comprehensive look at their portfolio of projects and is right-sizing their program. So they have requested to also cancel this project. In a letter from the city manager on October 15th, the council also passed a resolution requesting the cancellation just earlier this week. So in terms of future actions, we'll bring a cancellation action item back to you in January. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this.
Mr. Secretary.
Sir, Mr. Lawson.
Just curious, it seems like we're dropping a lot of projects in Charlottesville. As you said, they're right sizing. How many are still outstanding? What's left?
I'd have to come back and get you a count of all the projects in Charlottesville. They canceled a couple, I want to say a year or 2 ago, and they've got a couple here in the queue. They have been working very actively with the district to really right-size their program. They did not submit any round 6 applications either.
Commissioner Bridge.
Secretary, Mr. Lawson, to answer your question directly, that this is the last one that they have to cancel. Everything else is moving forward at this point in time. So this is right-sized their program. The board took a final act. Their board of supervisors or city council took an action Monday with another resolution reaffirming these cancellations. But in speaking with the district engineer just now, this is the last one or last set to be canceled.
Mr. Lawson, Captain Byers, Charlottesville's been a bit challenged with road projects over the last numbers of years. We have dug into those kinds of situations and pushed and brought us in to help them get their situation. Over the projects that they have and do it in cooperation and concert with our help. And so I think they're making great progress there, and we're glad to see that.
Chairman, I have a quick question, just a process question. With the change to the district grant program and when project changes and money changes, how it's gonna go to the member and then just notify the CTB? This won't change though, right? When you cancel a project, that
No.
will still come to the CTB?
Correct.
Okay.
Everything still comes to the CTB, on all those. It just doesn't come in the same way.
Right.
It's sort of more streamlined but this board gets a crack at it regardless. It just doesn't get two cracks at it. It gets one crack at it, just to streamline the process. Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, Kim, could we expect, given the use of inflation and it's, I guess, system-wide, can we expect more cancellations from people based on this?
I would say yes, and you can probably also expect some cost increases. As I mentioned last month, in preparation for round 6, our districts are actively looking at existing projects and ones that are at risk for a cost increase. And we'll be coordinating with you all on those at-risk projects before we make round 6 selections. We did this in round 5 as well.
All right, anyone else? All right, Ms. Pryor, number 6, Smart Scale proposed project cancellation for the Route 179 Market Street Road Diet in the Hampton Roads.
All right, I'll skip the first slide here for you. Again, the policy requires the board action to cancel a smart scale project. This Route 179 Market Street project in Accomack County was selected in round 4 of smart scale. The original project cost was $1.7 million. It was fully funded to the request amount with district grant funds. The original scope included restriping Market Street to reduce the travel lanes from 4 lanes to 2 with a center turn lane, as well as a buffer separated 5-foot bicycle lane. The benefits were primarily due to safety and accessibility. In terms of how it ranked in the cohort, it scored 2.67. It ranked 24 out of 24 projects within the cohort. We have not yet started work on this project. The County of Accomack received complaints early on with the proposed project. They then held a public hearing to get more public input on the proposed road diet in August. They continued to receive significant negative public feedback, and the county subsequently voted to request its cancellation. And so it is here before you as a proposed cancellation. I will bring that action item again to you in January for your approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Stant.
Yes, is there a VDOT requirement that that before something like this gets done, that the public has input into whether in the original application for smart scale, that the public must be notified?
Yes, sir.
About projects like this?
Part of the application process requires a resolution from the applicant, from the local board, that has to be approved in a public setting. With that said, a lot of times there isn't a lot of awareness at the application stage, and so that appears to be what is the case with this project.
And were you asking about the cancellation process, or were you
I'm
asking
asking about the approval process.
the original approval?
Original
process? Yes, sir.
approval process, is there a VDOT requirement that there be public hearings and public notice and signs posted and all the other things that would allow the public to?
It has to go through a public approval. I don't think we get into what that requires, do we, Kim?
It's not a project-specific public hearing. It would be a public meeting of the county board in this case, where they pass a resolution supporting the application.
This has happened before. It happened in Norfolk on the Granby Street bike path situation where the city council approved this. It was put in the smart scale, was approved by smart scale. Like this. So.
It's a public process, and we don't prescribe how many
Don't
public
prescribe.
hearings or how many signs they put up or anything else. It's really between the citizens of that locality and their elected leaders. And so it does have to come through a public process, but we don't prescribe that they have to have certain amount.
I would add that projects that result from pipeline studies and other planning studies have a much more significant amount of public engagement prior to application, and that is one of the benefits of those studies.
Coleman.
Speaking of notification, federal funds or federal government requires a certain amount of notifications and signage up to notify the public that is transiting of a road or whatever of an upcoming project that's going to be done. Is that correct? And thinking if the federal government requires it, is there something the state should do to require the localities to inform the public better?
I don't think we should be in the business of necessarily telling the localities' elected leaders how they need to communicate with their public. It is a public process. It was required to be a public vote. They sent out their agenda, and it's on their agenda, and it's like everything else councils do. Yeah, they do.
Having served on a board, VDOT will put up a sign that says this is for future extension, and people will ignore it. And so when that truck comes and puts a road in there, it's like, oh my God, what do you mean you're putting a road there? And it's like that sign had never been put there. And people are very surprised that this road is now there. So people don't read it, people don't attend,
Well, they don't come to public hearings either.
They don't
So-
come.
Well, to Fred's point, Mr. Stan, I'm sorry. In the case of Granby Street, the notifications were very targeted. And it eliminated, based on their studies that I read, 70% of the public that use that street. So 70% of the people who depend on that street aren't aware of anything that's going on. So I guess that's my concern.
Local project, Mr. Coleman, there's a local elected body of officials who should be communicating with their citizens. And I don't think it's the state's job to go in and tell them exactly what that needs to look like and how it needs to happen. We prescribe that it go through a public process. And if we want to come in and do public hearings this way, that way, or something else, I think that's overreach. Local officials aren't talking to them properly, then they should, or they should vote them out of office if that's not what they want.
70% of the people using that road don't have a vote in the city.
Project. The locality gets to decide. Anyway. We finished that one?
Yes, sir. I'll bring it back as an action item in January. We're done.
Okay, everybody good? All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 7, the rail industrial access application for Sims Metal. Mr. Todd, welcome. Hope you're well today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. It's good to be here. By way of introduction, for those I have not met yet, my name is Michael Todd. I'm responsible for administering the rail grant programs at DRPT. We have 3 grant programs at DRPT, one of which is the Rail Industrial Access Program, which I'll be talking about today. I thought it might be worthwhile to go over the program kind of components and overview before getting into the project. We'll then talk about the project specifics, go into the scoring that we applied to the application, and then our recommendation. So starting with the program overview. The Rail Industrial Access Program has about a $5.5 million annual budget from the VDOT Construction Fund. It's shared with a partner program at VDOT that does similar economic development access for new business sites. The project maximum, so each application can receive up to $750,000, and there is a 30% match requirement. We get about approximately 4 applications per year. Since 2018, we've allocated about $9 million. And so there's 3 kind of main goals that we achieve with this program. So first, this is a program that is designed to increase the rail network capacity. So it is about building industrial sidings, connecting businesses to the rail network at large. And there must be a nexus with an increase in car loads for that investment. There also wanted to point out that there's a common carrier requirement, which essentially means that the industrial siding that's being built isn't being built solely for that one company only, that it does go into the larger transportation network. Other businesses that might have access or access in the future can be served by the operating railroad. Second, we try to safeguard all the investments that we make with the program. So we require an annual performance reporting from the applicant once the project is completed. If they don't meet their performance, we actually can claw back the funding that we committed to the project. And then we maintain a contingent interest in the project for 15 years. So essentially, we just make sure that the project is in good, operable state of good repair, and those improvements stay on the ground and stay in use. We also try to save money with the program by requiring a 30% match. We also, in our scoring system, target projects which have a higher percent match than that minimum 30% requirement. And then any tracks that are constructed, it is the responsibility of the applicant to maintain those tracks. So there's no maintenance requirement from the state, or there's no maintenance responsibility from the state. I took a quick section of the code just to kind of break down our scoring criteria. The code essentially says that the board shall consider the cost of the investment as it compares to the potential volume of rail traffic, capital investment, potential employment, and then other economic and public benefits. And so we've turned those parameters into our scoring criteria. So first, looking at rail traffic, we translate that to a number of car loads. So we take a look at how many new car loads the applicant is anticipating moving as a result of the project. Obviously, more points for more car loads that you move. Potential employment translates to just the number of jobs that are being created by the investment. The more jobs, the more points that you receive. Capital investment we look at in two ways. So first, we take a look at the total investment in the property. So not just for the rail construction, but also for any facilities or buildings that are being constructed, any investment that's going into the property. And we take a look at what proportion the Commonwealth is contributing to that total investment. And then, so essentially the smaller proportion or the more private investment per state dollar, the more points the application would receive. And then secondarily, we look specifically just at the rail construction, and we look at what the private match is for the rail construction alone, providing more points for more private funding that's brought into the rail construction. And then finally, the last category of other economic and public benefits, we look at three different categories. First, we try and target areas that have a higher than average unemployment rate. So we compare the local unemployment rate to the state average and provide more points to those localities that have a higher unemployment rate. We also make sure that the project is within an already designated economic development area. So whether that be by the state VDP or by a local economic development authority. And that is basically just a yes/no category. So if it is in an area that's already designated, they get 10 points. If not, it's 0. And then similarly, we look to see if the project is connected to a short line. We have 9 short lines in Virginia that are all smaller Virginia businesses. And we have seen over the years that with their kind of customer focus, those projects can be more successful as they connect to a short line. And that is also a yes/no category for either 0 or 10 points. So we send every single one of our applications through this process, score them with this objective criteria, and only if a project receives 50 points or more do we bring it to the board for your consideration. So moving on to the project itself, the company's Sims Metals It is located in Chesapeake. It is an existing facility that is expanding, and they do metal recycling. The project is to construct over 400 feet of new track with an in-track scale to essentially weigh and price the metal. They've put in a little over $20 million of total investment in the property. And just kind of a fun fact about their investment, they built a new, essentially a new building that has a new metal cutter. And they built the building out of the metal that they recycled on site. And then their total request is the maximum of $750,000. So here's a look at the site itself. You can see an existing rail line that kind of runs across the top and then curves down. That is a short line, Norfolk Portsmouth Belt Line. They're an operating railroad that serves NIT and is one of the short lines in Virginia. And so if we look at what they're planning to do, essentially you can see the siding or the spur that comes off the NPBL's main line, and then it diverges into two tracks at the end there, which those two tracks will have the in-track scale for their weighing and pricing. Some of the overall benefits, it's projected to have 570 new carloads, 450 of which are leaving the facility. So they'll be generated by the facility and going out with finished product. 2 new jobs are expected. It is in an existing economic development area, and the split is about 50-50 for the construction of the rail line. The rail line is expected to be about $1.4 million. So looking at the scoring, just kind of in one snapshot, it receives the maximum number of points for carloads. And as I noted, it is in an economic development area, and it does connect to a short line, so it gets maximum points in those categories as well. And scores a 72 out of 100, which again, we bring for your consideration since it exceeds the minimum 50 points. So today, I'm just bringing this project for your review and consideration. Next month, I would bring a resolution of approval for your vote. And once approved, we can move forward with executing the agreement.
Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Coleman.
And more than a question, I visited this plant, and Mr. Stant, because of a conflict, could not go, but unfortunately. But I was extremely impressed. And during the tour I was given, I learned, because I started asking questions, that 40 truckloads per day are off the roads of Hampton Roads and beyond. When completed, the expansion will double the capacity. Each rail car holds the equivalent of 5 truckloads of inbound scrap or outbound processed metal. And as a sidebar, my colleague here was just mentioning, it's running a recycling facility which helps the economy and improves the environment, avoiding additional landfill in the process. While there, I saw dump trucks coming in with refrigerators, freezers, all kinds of scrap metal that otherwise would have been in the landfill for recycling. And they do an incredible job of capturing not only iron and steel, but such things as precious metals, gold and other things that they are able to excavate out of this scrap. And I think this is exactly what this program is meant to do. One other thing is I asked them how they found out about it. And they said, well, they hired a consultant who found this program and brought it to their attention. This is a very large organization, scattered across many states from the Northeast and the Southeast, and they have many options, but they chose the Commonwealth. So I brought this up before, and I would recommend, maybe Ms. Robinson could take this on, is find out a way to market this better. Because there are whether we do it through the VEDP or local economic development, It's a wonderful program, and it benefits the Commonwealth through jobs and environment. But I think we could do a better job at doing that. They had options and they chose Virginia. What if they hadn't hired a consultant? What if the consultant didn't know about this program or stumble across it to get these funds? So I think we could focus on marketing, not necessarily with staff of VDOT, but through VEDP or other organizations to make sure. I mean, all of you here in this room can see things that perhaps would benefit from a rail siding and can bring this program to the attention of those companies, because companies have options and they don't have to choose the Commonwealth to invest their time and money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, tell me again what your budget is and how much of your budget is expended annually.
So the budget is $5.5 million annually. It is in the VDOT construction fund. DRPT doesn't manage those funds. What we do is it's application-based program for both the VDOT partner program and the Rail Industrial Access Program at DRPT. So we, based on the applications and if there's funding availability, we basically just take per project at a time from that bucket. I don't have the utilization rate since it is a VDOT program. I know they have those numbers. I just don't know them off the top of my head.
So it's possible that you use as much as is available, or it's possible that you don't.
I know that we don't exceed that bucket of $5.5 million. I don't know what our, I don't know how much is remaining or what is, but we do have the numbers, yes.
Very good, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I've been a vocal person on this program over years. And Mike, at the end of the day, the sort of fundamental underpinning of why we do this was the concept of getting trucks off the road, right? And other things that we look at and all that. But at the end of the day, that's really what drove the program, in my view. And so we've had places before where we've done this and it didn't take any trucks off the road. It just kept trucks from getting on the road when we did it, right? And like they didn't have a market, they didn't have a customer, they weren't shipping it on the road. We weren't taking trucks that existed off the road. We just created an opportunity. And that can be good too, but that's not taking trucks off the road because they wouldn't do the project unless we gave them the money. And if we didn't give them the money and they didn't do the project, there would be no trucks. It's just by giving them the money, instead of putting it on a truck, they put it on a rail. That's a different beast, right? And so we've sort of worked through some of that. We also had a project when I was on this board years ago where we actually gave the grant after the project was done. And I almost just jumped out the window because it made no sense to me. Down in Hampton Roads, and I didn't. That was the right thing to do either. This is an incentive, right? And so at the end of the day, these programs should be the difference between somebody doing something and somebody not doing something. And that's really what we try to get at. And if we can help them do something that takes trucks off the roads and we get more value that way, then that's a good thing to do. And at the end of the day, that's sort of.
Can we see the, just kind of all together, the applications that didn't meet the 50-point threshold, just to see what they look like?
We'll package those up. We'll package up what we've done over the last number of years and sort of what the money is. And it's a shared, there's another program that shares this money. So we'll get a little bit more big picture on both of them. We'll bring that back in a month or two.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Lawson.
Further to Mr. Coleman's point, in my experience, it's an economic development tool, and to market it more, would be better. It's great, it gets trucks off the road and so on, but what I've seen is large companies, and I've worked with them, they use this as a competitive tool to fight or to get improvements at other plants they may have, and in my case, in Pennsylvania. And the Virginia plants won, and as a result, we did 2 unit train expansions in Virginia. Ironically, and it was a lower number, we just raised this, I think, to 750. It was a nothing number in comparison to the total cost, but it was enough to get it over the top, and Virginia prevails over the friendly competition within a larger company over Pennsylvania. So it's a great tool for that.
Anyone else? Pardon me. All right, thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
It is almost noon. Lunch is served. So I'm going to call a recess now for lunch. And we'll be back here in 40, 45 minutes. Recess. I'm calling this meeting back into order. Appreciate the folks who secured lunch for us today and fed us so we could get to the afternoon with energy. So thank you, Carol, and thank the folks who make that happen here. Really appreciate it. I say this typically when I go on the road, but it bears repeating here when we're not on the road. There's a lot of work that goes into these meetings, and a lot of it by professional staff that works on projects and programs and presentations and all that kind of stuff. But they're also the folks that just make this whole thing work. The AV stuff, the room set up, the lunch, and all the stuff that happens. Exactly. I accused them of back there watching TV earlier. And of course, we were what they were watching, so it wasn't great TV. But, and when you go on the road, it even makes it harder because you got to carry all this stuff with you. But there's a lot of work that goes into this, and we certainly appreciate the folks that make these meetings run smoothly from a logistics and standpoint. So thank you, Carol. Did such a good job, we steal them occasionally too, Mr. Commissioner. We did that with some of our AV folks and some of our IT folks. They've been good contributors to the cause. So our next item on the agenda is a memorandum of agreement, item number 8, between DRPT and the North Carolina Department of Transportation. And Emily Stock is here to brief us. And I should say, good afternoon, ma'am. I hope you're well.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Welcome.
Secretary. I hope you're well. I am.
Yes, ma'am.
And members of the board, thanks for having me today. I am here today to talk to you about DRPT plans to negotiate and enter into an MOA with the state of North Carolina, with their Department of Transportation, to provide a state match for a federal grant awarded to the Virginia-North Carolina Rail Compact. My presentation goes through information about the grant, background on the compact, and why entering into this MOA is a good idea for Virginia. So here's more about the purpose of the MOA. The Federal Railroad Administration awarded DRPT and NCDOT a $200,000 Interstate Rail Compact grant to continue efforts to improve passenger and freight rail in both states and the Southeast. Virginia and North Carolina are to provide $100,000 each for the non-federal match, which will be spelled out in the MOA. Note that Virginia's match funding was approved by the CTB and the FY25 SIP, so the request today is not a funding request. By code, CTB approval is required for an MOA with another state. So a little bit of background about the compact itself. I'm not going to bore you by reading all the code language, but essentially the North Carolina-Virginia High-Speed Rail Compact was established in 2004. It was a forum for 5 legislators from each state to work together to rebuild the abandoned S-line, which goes between North Carolina and Virginia, and reestablish that rail line for passenger rail between Raleigh and Richmond. And it's helped to educate and engage legislators on rail issues and get their support for rail projects. And of course, you'll notice that in the name of the compact, it says Interstate High-Speed Rail. That's actually what's being proposed in Virginia and North Carolina now is considered high-performance rail. So anything in Virginia and North Carolina along that corridor would be less than 110 miles per hour. So a lot of things have changed since the compact was formed. Over the last 20 years, rail conditions have evolved, and the compact voted to expand focus to the entire southeast region that you see in the map. So the compact's grant from the FRA will pay for a southeast rail network analysis to evaluate the southeast rail network constraints and identify opportunities to improve the fluidity of the network to benefit passenger and freight rail. This means that the analysis will identify rail projects of mutual benefit that could be worthy of federal funding. And it would also pay for administrative and operational expenses to convene the states, FRA, Amtrak, and the railroads. What does this do for Virginia? This is the most important question, I'm sure. The participation in the SEC has been a vehicle for us to advocate for the value of Virginia's rail corridors through the corridor identification and development process. And this study in particular will also focus on freight rail, which will be good. It'll mean that we can advocate for the Port of Virginia. And we have a track record with the group. We've gotten support from the southeastern states for some of VPRA's efforts, including Transforming Rail in Virginia projects and the Long Bridge project, which has led to federal funding for that, for projects that are important in Virginia. We've also gotten support from this group to add Bristol, rail to Bristol, to the Southeast Rail Corridor Commission map, network map, and that's opened doors to a collaboration with the state of Tennessee. So the timeline for the MOA, the grant was applied for in 2023, and it was awarded in 2024. Of course, we're coming to you today to let you know that we're planning to negotiate a contract with NCDOT for the funding. And then in January, I'll come back to you. We do have a draft agreement with North Carolina right now, and as long as it progresses with only minor changes, I expect to have it ready for your consideration in January. And that's what I've got. Any questions?
Questions?
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
I'm curious, is this working within existing railroad right-of-ways, or do you look at out of bounds and acquiring them and that sort of thing?
So right now, the plans for the entire Southeast, it varies depending on from state to state, but generally it's within existing right-of-way. And in North Carolina and Virginia, it's definitely within existing railroad right-of-way.
Right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cuthbertson.
Is the S-line included in the plan, or it is?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an anticipated date for service on the S-line?
I don't have a date for that.
I had to ask, thank you.
And of course, DRPT is involved because we are the long-range planning arm for passenger rail. VPRA would be carrying out projects.
It's a ways off, Mr. Casper.
I understand. I had the pleasure of signing one of the first environmental impact study in 2006 for that project.
Emily, can you remind us when the compact was created?
2004.
2000. Here we are, 20 years later, and we're just getting started with a couple $100,000, and we're going to do a little study work, and there we are. So I don't know that that answers your question, Mr. Gaspard. hopefully we'll be able to move expeditiously and see where it takes us. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stock. Appreciate you. The next item on the agenda is item number 9. Ms. Director Tiffany Robinson, it's her first opportunity to address this board in her new role. So, Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It is an honor to be a new member of this board, so I look forward to working with all of you. And you all have a lengthy informational director's report in your board packet. I'm not going to read every page of that. You can thank me later. But I did want to provide just a couple highlights from that report.
It's later.
You may have already heard some of this information, but I thought it's important to note from our performance measures that our transit partners do continue to see year-over-year growth in ridership from pre-pandemic levels. Our statewide ridership is at 82% of September 2019 ridership, and our non-WMATA and VRE statewide ridership is at 97% of September 2019 ridership levels. So we're making good progress. The Virginia Breeze, our intercity bus service, also continues to have year-over-year growth post-pandemic. September 2024 ridership was over 5,000 riders, which is 4% higher than September 2023 and 176% higher than our original projections. So making some headway. Most importantly, I wanted to highlight that DRPT recently provided technical assistance to 2 successful federal rail discretionary grants under the CRISI program. That resulted in $6 million for Buckingham Branch Railroad to replace old rail tracks and ties across central Virginia, and $1.5 million for the town of Bedford to develop plans for a new rail station. So I have learned in my 3 weeks in this role that our team spends a lot of time collaborating with our partners and providing technical assistance. And I believe it is time well spent because it results in these types of awards for additional federal funds, which frees up our own budgets to do more across the Commonwealth. That's it for me today, Mr. Secretary.
Madam Director, are there any questions? We let you off early, easy on your first meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to defer. I'll have a number of items for the board's consideration in the January meeting.
Great. Thank you, sir. And so the next item on the agenda is my report or my comments. Mr. Lawson has distributed some sheets of paper after lunch. And one of the things that the board has an opportunity to do that we've been talking about now for a number of months is to have an opportunity to advance projects that the board selects in the SMART scale. And the history of that, in my view, and I'm not, I wasn't here the whole time, but history of that is we've had 6 projects we've advanced over time. About half of those got funded. They tended to be signature projects of the Commonwealth and ones that would not, that sort of demonstrated what our view was of something that needed to happen that was really important. The 66 outside the Beltway was the first one that had a $300 million request, which we funded. Another one was the widening on the peninsula, another $150 million there on 64. And then we had the GAP program in round 5. It was $160 million to widen the gap there. And as you remember, we cobbled a bunch of different funding solutions together to get there. And so as we've invited others on the board or invited the board to make recommendations and suggestions, there are a number of projects that were put into the hopper for OP to look at. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Lawson to come up and address the sheets that he's passed out, and we can talk about these projects.
Good afternoon. I'm bringing Brooke for backup here. The 3 projects that we had 2 projects that were recommended by members here, and we had also asked the agencies to come up to see if they had any that they would consider, and we had one from DRPT. So you see 3 here that we reviewed. And just very briefly, the first one was for a Richmond layover facility. This is a storage facility, maintenance facility that would support Amtrak service. It would be located in the Richmond area, and really it would help eliminate deadhead trains between Staples Mill and Main Street Station. So that's kind of the purpose of that project. It does meet VTRAN's need, and by way of being a component of transforming rail, it meets the eligibility requirements. From a readiness perspective, the project is in the planning process, and I think it's due to have 60% design this spring. The one thing, though, that does raise issue is the schedule. Currently, there is a potential funding source through Transforming Rail that it's already been incorporated. While it hasn't been funded yet, it has been incorporated into the schedule. And, Director, you can correct me here if I go astray or you want to add. But as it is currently anticipated that the project would get funded next spring through VPRA, and if that does happen, it could go to construction in 26 and be completed in 28. As with the funding rounds of Smart Scale, typically the monies come the last 2 years of the cycle. So theoretically, without some special actions, the funding through Smart Scale wouldn't be available until 30 or 31. So in our current world, again, no promises, it could actually get built quicker through the normal current expected process versus through a Smart Scale process. The second project is a widening of 81 from exit 317, which is north of Winchester, to the West Virginia state line. This project does meet a VTRANS need. It does meet eligibility requirements, but it doesn't meet readiness. At this point, we don't have a clear scope. There's not a clear, a sketch, a schedule, an estimate, no planning studies or resolution from the MPO to support that project. So it wouldn't meet the readiness requirement. And then the last one, again, that DRPT brought forward for consideration is a project that does some improvements on the Norfolk Portsmouth Beltline. This is a track improvement that would bring forth a transload facility, as well as some run-through track improvements. That project, as it stands today, doesn't meet a need, a VTRANS need, nor does it meet the readiness criteria. So, Mr. Secretary, that kind of gives a high-level overview of the three projects that were identified and that ought to be reviewed for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Are there any questions on what's been distributed? I've got some more comments, and Mr. Kasperitz will.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to speak to this is called the Richmond Layover Facility. And I'll start by referencing something that our new board member, Ms. Dunlop, said this morning in the context of congestion. She highlighted the importance of congestion mitigation with regard to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I thought that was a very appropriate comment. I would say the broader context of this facility is congestion mitigation. So we have, in the Commonwealth, invested upwards to $4 billion in the facilities that extend from Union Station to Richmond. The last phase of that, of course, will be the Long Bridge, which is, I guess, due to be reviewed from a bid perspective later this week or in the coming weeks. This is a piece that is necessary to gain benefit from that $4 billion investment. It's a requirement by CSX that if we're going to add more trains to that market, and the current plan is to add 10 trains by 2030, that's 5 in each direction from Richmond to Washington, we can't do that without this facility. So I emphasize that the real benefits of this, in my view, are the corridor benefits that come from congestion reduction on the I-95 corridor. And in addition to greenhouse gas emission reductions, the quality of life issues are significant when we reduce congestion. And the economic vitality is a benefit of having reduced congestion. So I think this encompasses a much wider scope than a quick reading of it may convey. It's a really important piece of a long-term $4 billion investment that we've made. And from what I understand, this will not happen. It will not go forward without this investment in the Fulton Yard project. So
Can you explain that? What won't go forward?
the CSX, I've learned from VPRA that CSX will not allow additional train sets in the Richmond Yard area without the addition of capacity to avoid deadhead movements. And without getting too technical on what that does in a rail yard facility, it ties it up for extended periods of time. We have two that make that deadhead movement now, and it's extremely disruptive to CSX's commercial traffic in that yard market. Adding 10 more would be a non-starter for them. So it is an imperative, if we're going to add these train sets in 2030, that we find a way to assist VPRA in funding this facility. I think it's well positioned. It's already at 30% design. It's funded through 60% design. I think there's an understanding between CSX and VPRA that this is the way to go forward, Amtrak as well. The other benefit that will come from this, back to the air quality issues, is the implementation of these new train sets will include new hybrid locomotives. So today, if we take the train through Washington's Union Station from Virginia, we often have an engine change required. We do have an engine change required to access the Northeast Corridor. That can take 45 minutes to an hour. With the new trains that will serve Richmond to Washington starting in 2030, the hybrid engines can make a pass-through at Union Station and go from diesel to electric without an engine change. So there's a multitude of benefits in this, but I would highlight congestion reduction as the primary. We could take 5,000 to 6,000 individuals off that corridor per day when these trains are fully implemented. So it's a much bigger picture than just the context conveyed in this memo.
Awesome. So, Ms. Lawson.
Thank you. I'll chime in on the I-81 widening. Taking a page from, I think it was our first presentation about 495 and our friends in Maryland, and we've got a bottleneck. This is the other side of that. We've got a bottleneck on the Virginia side. West Virginia has made a real concerted economic development drive to add and to install and then to approve for installation 3 lanes in both directions. And as a result of that, in recent memory, we've lost 3 plants, competitive plants, to West Virginia as opposed to being in the northern Shenandoah Valley. We all know how critical I-81 is, and I've forgotten the exact numbers, but I think we're the busiest interstate, certainly in the Commonwealth, certainly with truck traffic. The northern portion of it from 64 to the state line has 2/3 of that traffic. And with the good, the bad, we have all the bad stuff, which is the delays, the economic costs, the accidents, and the fatalities in a disproportionate share in our area. There's a mention of a scope and a schedule. The reason this was thrown in is to try to take advantage of the 2 projects that are already in the mix, which have widening built into them, and so it would not be the full length of this thing. It would be at Route 50, there's already improvements that are plugged in, 317 improvements that are plugged in, and the term may be overused, but it is to fill in a gap is what's proposed here. And then lastly, and this has been a bit of a scramble because we reacted to the comments that Mr. Lawson made in October that we could submit projects. I appreciate staff helping out a little bit. There was a suggestion that perhaps if you look at the real congestion numbers, they're worse in the northbound side, and this thing could be cut in half as an example, and at least attack that issue and add the one lane on the northbound lanes and do the southbound later.
Ms. Sellers,
Where did the Norfolk one come from? This
DRPT.
DRPT? Okay. And so it couldn't be submitted because it came from DRPT or because it didn't meet a V-Trans need?
What it says on the sheet, Ms. Sellers, is that the readiness is not met and the V-Trans need is not met. So 2 of the 3 criteria are not met.
So who's putting up the other money? Who's putting up the 34 million?
Nobody's putting it up yet.
Where's it coming from? Somebody's putting up 34, no, not 34. They're only requesting 34 million from Smart Scale. So who's putting up the other money?
There is federal money. There is also additionally, I think DRPT also put up 7 million, but, and private funding. And Emily.
And so the Beltline, federal money, and there's some DRPT money in there.
But there's no study? Huh.
No.
No, okay.
So
Private money, okay. Just trying to figure that out of how, because it seems interesting. Okay.
They're all interesting, and I would tell you, to address the 81 one, it's not that it may not be a good project. It's just we're not there yet. And we can't, we don't know how much it costs. We don't have a design. We're at zero. And, you know, this is not a process that you go through when you're at zero. That's why we have those gates you got to get through. You got to be ready, and they're not ready. They're not even close to ready. So it's not that it's not a good thing. I don't know if it's good or not. I presume it is, but it's just not ready to go through the process. And if we put something in that's not ready to go through the process, we have not done a service to our citizens. And everybody else that we hold accountable to be ready is going to say, well, why you're putting in a project with zero? You don't even know what it costs? We just can't do that, in my. Beltline thing is another interesting project DRPT put in, and as I said, it's not ready either, and it doesn't meet a need. The project that, the rail yard project is a good project. Our requirement with CSX is best efforts, all right? It is in a place, and I'll let the director, who's also chairman of that board, pile on, and if she wants to add any comments, but at the end of the day, there's a $300 million reserve that VPRA has. Their intention and their belief, once they get this to 60% design, is that they're going to be able to use money out of that reserve, and they would move that money from reserve to a line item to fund this $34 million. The congestion that Mr. Kasparitz speaks to, of 5,000 or 6,000 people a day, I don't know who's riding 5,000 or 6,000 people riding Amtrak to Richmond every day, but that's not where we are today. It is a necessary and good thing, right? It does prevent some deadhead moves and there's lots of conflict between Staples Mill and the Main Street Station. Basically what this does is open up the Main Street Station. You could still run through Staples Mill just fine. It's getting to the Main Street Station, and it should be done, and it's in the plan to be done. And it doesn't have a singular line item, but the director of VPRA, the CEO of VPRA, has been clear that he believes it will be funded through that reserve, and that's what it's there for. And so, to Mr. Lawson's point, to sort of get ahead of that and allocate money when we believe money already exists, and to allocate it in a way that won't get their deadline met, is not something that the administration thinks we should do. It's not something we're supporting, because there's already money there. What I will tell you is, you know, we looked at the numbers this morning from Mr. Scrivani, $130 million or so of maintenance money and impact down there. And we are working hard, some of y'all are more aware of this than others, but we're working hard to sort of figure out our maintenance funding problem. And the maintenance funding problem is a big problem that's associated with two things really. One is that the unit costs of maintenance have skyrocketed much faster than our funding stream has increased. So as you know, if you've been on the board for a few years, the last 3 years, we've continued to address the coming year and say there's not enough money in maintenance. We got to take it out of construction and adjust our budget. And we do that year by year by year by year. What that doesn't do in a 6-year plan is it doesn't adjust, if you just do the first year, it doesn't adjust the next 5 years. And you pretend, in essence, that the next 5 years are going to be like they're on the paper, while we know, and we found out, we were hoping this thing would sort of settle out, but it hasn't. We know it's not going to be, year 2 is not going to look like that, and year 3 is not going to look like that, and year 4 and 5 and 6 are not going to look like that. But we don't do it in the budget. And then we calculate smart scale based on that. And so we're setting ourselves up where we're going to put stuff in to be funded and the money's not going to be there and we're going to have to start pushing it out. And that's what we're facing. So we're really working really hard to try to figure that all out. This also gets in the snow, believe it or not. We used up our whole contingency on snow a few years back. We ran out of money. And so those things can impact us as well. So we're continuing to have pressure on the budget, the construction budget for VDOT. That's just going to increase. So that one part was the unit cost I talked about. The other part of this, and we're not seeing that yet, but the future administrations and the legislature are going to have to deal with this. These regional authorities that you referenced earlier, Ms. Sellers, in terms of some things that they're able to do and raise money, when the state allowed those authorities to exist and the state taxed the citizens of those areas and sent that money back to them, none of that money goes through the top of the funnel. And as you know, the top of the funnel splits it out 51-49 to maintenance, right? So every dollar that goes in the top gets split out, 51 to maintenance, 49 to construction. Well, in Northern Virginia and in Central Virginia, Richmond area, and in Hampton Roads, the many billions of dollars that they're funding into their programs, there's zero maintenance money. And so they're building all these projects, and we're doing this in Hampton Roads with a $4 billion project and many others. There's about $7 billion that's going on there. When that's all done, they will hand that to the state to maintain. And yet there's no funding stream that when that money got created, no 51% got chipped off and put over here in a regular funding stream for maintenance. So we've got this outsized impact by all this construction money that's going on in 3 major regions of the state. And I didn't mention 81, and they got exactly the same thing. So we're funding billions of dollars in 81, and it's all out of the formula, right? It's not in the formula. So there's no maintenance money that comes from any of this. So this is going to have to get resolved. It's not going to hit us now because something new doesn't require so much maintenance. But in 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, all these things are going to require maintenance. And there will have been no funding stream set aside for it. So future administrations and future legislatures are going to have, and future boards are going to have to grapple with that. But today it's putting big pressure on the construction budget. And so it's the view of the administration that it is, one, it's not a signature project. It's a layover facility in a maintenance yard. Yes, it's a good project for rail, and it's one we pledged our best efforts on to CSX. But we don't think it rises to the level of a signature project, number one. And number two, we believe there's a funding source for it. We know there's a funding source for it, but it's not certain, it's not guaranteed. We'll know more in the spring, as John alluded to. But there's $300 million sitting there for a $35 million investment. And we think that's where it's going to come from. That's what the CEO thinks, and that's what their board thinks, and that's what I think. And so I don't think it's a good idea for the administration or the board to put forward a $37 million rail project that the money is we're already looking at the money. And we've got that issue with the timing. So the CEO, the director of EPRA wants this to come online in 2028. That's the current plan. This would actually allocate money that we don't think is needed, and the money would delay this project by a couple of years unless we did something to somehow move that money around. So for those reasons, the administration and the chairman are not going to recommend that we advance any projects through this round of Smart Scale and leave the money for all this district grant and high priority programs or projects that are being submitted by the districts and the MPO. Take some money back out of that to put into this project. So that's our view. We're not voting on that here in this meeting because we don't vote in this meeting. We vote in the action meetings. And so when we get to the action meeting, we don't intend to propose anything, but obviously board members are able to do that as they see fit, if that's the will of the body. And so that would be my conclusion of the presentation on these three projects. Ms. Sellers.
Them to be scored?
We're saying this is a project.
We're not saying that we want them to be funded. We're asking for these projects to be scored.
Well, if you put them in, then you want them to be funded. If you don't want them to be funded, you don't put them in. You don't.
Yes, but, true, but we're not saying that these will definitely get funded. 4 of the 6 have not been funded or 2 of the 6 have not been funded in the past.
No, the point is, the administration's view is there is a money there for this project. This is not a signature project of the Commonwealth. It's a small but good project in a maintenance and layover yard for a facility that we have our best efforts on. And we have money right now that we've identified that would fund this project. Having said that, I want to be really clear, that money could go away. It's possible. We don't think it's probable, but it could happen because we haven't worked through the reserves yet. But there's $300 million sitting there, and that's what DJ Stadler has said his intention is, and that's what the chairman said her intention is to use that money to fund that project. So we think it will happen. We think it will happen quicker. And we don't think it rises to the level of an administration or board project. And there's already a funding stream, we believe, available. So for those reasons, we don't think we should submit anything.
That's one. I have one other question on the other rail project.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, looking back at the money, so it says there's no plans, there's no study, but there's a private investor with over 50% funding out they're putting towards it. So that suggests that there is a plan and there is something because there's private investment associated with this. So is it that it's not meeting our definition of a plan, or is there a plan?
Ms. Sellers, let me correct something. The private investment is not the Delta. The Delta is made up of 3 sources: private, federal, and DRPT money. Okay? A plan means we have a diagram, we have an engineering plan, we have a cost estimate that is baked, not something that's this, and we don't have any of that. We have none of that. It's not ready to go. It's that simple. Now, somebody might want it to go. Somebody may have a sketch of something somewhere, but nothing has been submitted. We have nothing to work off of. So it's just not ready yet. It's sort of like the 81 problem. Might be a really good, I have no reason to believe it's not a good project, but we have no idea where it's going to go, how much it costs, what it looks like, how long it'll take. We're at 0.
Mathematically, this Norfolk project seems pretty good. It's got over 50% funded. It's probably going to score well. So.
Not ready. Doesn't meet the criteria.
Exactly. It's going to.
Ma'am?
But 81 might do.
Mr. Gribben?
Just a quick question on the Richmond layover facility. I mean, Amtrak got $66 billion under IIJA, and I imagine they're scrambling to look for ways to just sort of put that money to work. Have we talked or worked with Amtrak at all to see if they could fund part of this? Or
They are funding part of it already.
But a larger part, I guess I'm saying? I mean, they have an unusual historic position right now of being cash rich. So I'm just wondering if we've taken full advantage of it.
I can't speak to that. I don't know the answer to that question. But I do know that we've identified the stream that we believe it'll come from. Ms. Robinson, do you know anything different on Amtrak?
Mr. Secretary, I do know that the executive director and CEO has been working in collaboration with Amtrak. I don't know specifically if they have additional funds or if that conversation has been had. The secretary's right, the 300, there's currently, as of the end of September, over 150 million in the management reserve at VPRA. And as of in the next couple of weeks, by the end of December, there will be over the 300 million that the secretary has mentioned. And that is what has been identified as continuing this project to completion in 2028.
All right, anyone else?
Just a question, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Question on the 300 million. Is that money not currently earmarked for contingencies on the Long Bridge and the other projects that they are currently have under bid?
Robinson?
Sure. So from my knowledge thus far in this new role, that management reserve is set aside for contingencies on any project that would have to go back to the VPRA board to be voted on. So like the secretary mentioned, it's not guaranteed. Things could come up, requests could come to the board for needs for that money. But this is in terms of pricing on budgets for those other projects that are currently underway. If the budgets stay as they have been presented thus far, the management reserve will stay at 300 million and would be available for this project.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. We're going to move into our action meeting. Carol's help. Oh, do we have a book?
We do, right here.
All right, so I'm going to adjourn the workshop meeting, and I'm going to call the action meeting to order. The first agenda item on our action meeting is public comment. And Mitchell Smiley from the Virginia Municipal League is here to speak. So welcome, sir. Glad to have you. Hope you're well
Good afternoon.
today.
My name is Mitchell Smiley. I'm with the Virginia Municipal League, and I have a few comments on the proposed VTrans changes I'd like to share. First of all, on safety, I think the changes proposed are appropriate and welcomed. Having more objectives on safety reflects this board's increased commitment to improving safety on roadways across Virginia. So thank you for including those changes in the draft VTrans changes you're considering today. However, we do have some concerns on the changes happening in Objective E, specifically Objective E1, E2, and E3 of the current VTrans, moving into the proposed objectives E1 and E2. We just had concern that the proposed objectives are less measurable or quantifiable, a little more unclear or vague, and replacing objectives that were quite specific and easily measured. And then I also want to just have an apology for the Office of Intermodal Planning. I published an article in our member newsletter that incorrectly identified when these draft changes would take effect, and I think they got some comments from our members and we're very concerned. And so just wanted to let you all know and them that we will be correcting that in our next newsletter. But otherwise, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. Really appreciate your feedback, and we will incorporate all those thoughts into our process as we move forward. You know, we're not finished yet. We got some work. Thank you for being here. Second item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. They were distributed in your package. Are there any corrections or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Mr. Folks moves, Dr. Smoot seconds. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. So we move to item number 1, the Office of Land Use, Mr. Hoffrichter. Action on abandonment of the primary system of state highways for a portion of Route 322 in James City County located in the Hampton Roads District. Mr. Hofrichter, welcome. Hope you're doing well today.
Good afternoon, sir. Hope you are as well.
Thank you. I am.
The Route 322 request for an abandonment. Route 322 is an institutional road. It serves Eastern State Hospital and the Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services. I always get that wrong if I don't read it. Has requested that it be abandoned. They're reconfiguring the hospital area, and this one's a little bit ahead of the curve on everything they're doing on the other parts, but is needed to be abandoned as soon as possible.
It's sort of a state-to-state thing, if you will, and it was briefed at the last meeting. Are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Mr. Stamp moves, Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 2, action on addition to the primary system of state highways in Montgomery County located within the Salem District.
Yes, sir. This is what would be generically called Route 460 bypass connecting Blacksburg with Christiansburg. It was built back in 2000, but no action had been taken to actually officially add it to the system. It's just over 4.25 miles. And on a personal side note, I was actually the district traffic engineer at the time when it was designed and construction started. So I'm very happy to be seeing the final completion.
24 years later, we're going to finally do what we're supposed to do in 2020. I mean, in 2000, I guess. All right, any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Dr. Smoot moves and Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Item number 3, action on addition to the primary system of state highways for Route 288 in Chesterfield and Goochland counties located in the Richmond District.
Yes, sir. So this is the completion of 288. Initial one section was brought before you in summer. And this is the other 2 parts of it, part to the north in Goochland, the part to the south in Chesterfield. Everything's been worked out, and this will finish the addition of the street to the system.
When did we finish the project? A while ago.
Around the same time as the 460 project.
But we're cleaning up here, folks. That's what we're doing. All right, are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve, Mr. Davis?
So moved.
Is there a second? Mr. Davis moves and Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 4, action on regulatory reduction program and the proposed regulatory amendments. General rules and regulations of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Mr. Hofrichter.
Yes, sir. Made a presentation on this at the last meeting. This is part of cleanup required under Executive Order 19 and shortening things as much as we can. In this particular case, it includes items that are covered in the land use permit regulations and some of our other regulations. We're asking to pull those out. It has a few other elements in it we're restating, such as, protections for free speech and that kind of stuff. So.
Great. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Folks moves, Mr. Davis seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 5, action on regulatory reduction program and proposed regulatory amendments. Rules and regulations for the administration of waysides and rest areas and rules and regulations for the administration of parking lots and environs. Mr. Hofrichter.
Yes, sir. Just like the last one, we made a presentation on it at the last meeting. What we're looking at is combining both of these regulations. The approval from the board at this point is so that we can post it to the town hall, get public comment to see if they're happy with the kind of changes we're proposing. This makes a relatively decent change in terms of the number of words because there was a lot of overlap between the regulations, and putting them together puts it all in one place, lets us get rid of a lot of redundant language.
Secretary, I do have some questions as it relates to this particular item.
And I've spoken with Mr. Hofrichter about this, and shame on me for probably not bringing them up in the workshop session last month. I didn't realize this would be coming back so quickly. I'm fine with most of what you're describing here and elimination. I get all that streamlining. It's perfect. I do question the commuter parking lots, and if they enjoy a distinction separate and apart from rest areas, because I do feel like when you are talking about adding the food truck vendors to the commuter parking lots, that is not quite the same thing as commercializing a rest area, but it kind of feels like that in a sense. And while this may work in District 8, maybe there's some magic up there about population densities that make this all work out. My question would be, one, do the commuter lots enjoy any sort of distinction, separate and apart? If they're funded with federal funds, can you do what you're talking about doing and allow these food trucks on there? That's one question. The second question would be, I did see that there are impact studies associated with the activity. Has there been an impact study to determine what the economic impact would be to businesses that operate outside of the highway right-of-way? Because this particular use you're talking about is inside the highway right-of-way. There are lots of businesses that invest in the Commonwealth that operate outside the right-of-way, and they may be impacted by this activity. And I didn't know if there'd been any studies done to support, demonstrate, to see what the effect would be.
Sir, with respect, yes, sir. With respect to the first question, so commuter lots, some of them count as part of the interstate system and some of them don't. And it depends on the funding and on their location with respect to the interstate system. There was a law passed back, I think it was around 2017, that required us to allow mobile food vending in Northern Virginia. And as part of the ramp up to the regulations that would implement that, we did a study, looked at which commuter lots were considered interstate right-of-way and which weren't. And it ended up being that of the roughly 20 lots in that area, 2.5 were considered interstate right-of-way. So we were not allowing vending in those areas.
So, Mr. Secretary, my point would be that if you take this practice and move it out into the rest of the Commonwealth, would there be impact? Could there be impact to businesses that are operating outside the right-of-way? My suspicion would be that you would get significant pushback in rural Virginia if this was an attempted effort. So we spend lots of time here trying to figure out how to grow business up and down the interstate, create that economic opportunity. I wouldn't want to send the wrong message to somebody looking to invest up and down the interstate system that we could potentially be offering products inside the state highway right-of-way. However, you're precluded from that. You do not enjoy the right of eminent domain. You cannot go build another highway. You cannot do these things. So I just want to be mindful and careful about how this is characterized, thought about, and implemented. I'm having concerns. So,
Mr. Hofrichter, does this expand the ability for that to occur, or does it already exist?
So theoretically, it already exists in that the regulations as currently stated don't prohibit this activity in these lots. What we're trying to do is make it more explicit in this draft. But that being said, the reason it was inserted in the draft is that we have over the years had many requests, for food vendors to operate in these lots. And we've left it up to the districts and the residents to decide, whether they wanted to deal with that issue or not. This sort of centralizes that process. But again, part of the reason for this vote by the board is so that we could put this out to the public so that they can comment and we can find out whether people are in support in generally or against. And if we receive those kinds of comments, we will bring it back.
Let's push on that for a second. Let's just pretend, for the sake of pretending, that we approve this, go forward. It's posted to town hall. We got to go through the whole process, which takes depends, but takes some time. Does the board get another crack at it?
If comments are submitted, yes.
Board can submit a comment and create it if they wanted to, right? So do we get another crack at it?
Yes, sir.
So we would have the ability to not do it after we heard the public comment?
Yes,
And
sir.
after we saw the, part of that, Mr. Davis, part of that process includes an economic impact piece about. And so we'll have input from them on the economic impact. We'll have input from the citizens who want to comment on it. And we can bring that back here. If we see something we don't like, we don't have to go forward with it. Is that accurate, Mr. Hoffrichter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would tell you that what you're asking for is reasonable, I think, and we'll get that, and you'll have another bite at the apple if we don't want to go forward.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes.
in that same vein, because I think if we're putting this out for advertisement, we're giving some suggestion to the public that we at least want to float this balloon, maybe we're even in favor of it. I think we ought to look at, we're getting ready to get into the commercial landlord business.
What?
Commercial landlord business. And if we're going to do that, we ought to look at that impact. And I'm pretty confident our sovereign immunity isn't going to apply if we drift into this. And is this something that we really want to get into?
We're already in it, is what Mr. Hoffrichter's telling you. We're in it in Northern Virginia, and the regulations allow it.
So we're already leasing to food trucks and so on?
It's not a lease, it's a permit, but yes, sir.
Well, that ought to be fully vetted so we know what our exposure is as we go into it. And the only other thought, and this kind of dovetails with something we'd said before, if we've got excess ground that we're not using, we ought to be looking at going the big step and getting this property over to the private sector. So it could be a full-time vendor, that sort of thing, paying taxes and running the business the way it ought to be run, full-time.
What else? Whatever we do will be fully vetted by the Office of the Attorney General, our new chief counsel. And so we'll make sure that we're on solid ground. I think the important part is we'll have another bite at this if we need to. Let me say one other thing, big picture thing that's not related to this specific one. So when the governor took office, one of the things he asked for, one of the executive order he wrote said, cut regulation by 25% across the board. That's a good number. And I will tell you that while we have a regular process at VDOT, unlike some other places, and we'll see some of that coming up in the next presentation, to look at regulatory reduction and regulatory, look at our regulations and update them. While we have a regular process, we really have dug in, and VDOT is being held out as one of the standards in the government, is somebody with lots of regulations that's been able to, and we'll meet the 25% at VDOT. So it's huge for the users to get stuff that's redundant or unnecessary and get it away from them, get it away from the users, get rid of it. There's less paper, there's less to try to understand and sift through. And so the effort is really to be commended by all the folks. We'll continue to do that, and whether one or another needs to get tweaked is not relevant to what I'm saying here. It's just been a Herculean effort to cut 25% of the regulation. And we will get there, I believe, by the end of this, by the end of next year. So good work on that. All right, so Mr. Davis, are you okay with where we are, given that we can come back and kill it if we need to?
Mr. Secretary, yes, if we get into this and we find that
Let's
I
make-
feel like we're kicking a skunk, to be honest with you. And I don't mean to make light of it. I just think it's going to create a significant pushback.
You ever kicked a skunk, Mr. Davis?
I try not to. I learned at an early age not to do that. So, but in all seriousness, though, I do have concerns about this, and I do want to know what the economic impact would be. I don't want to disenfranchise those that are operating outside of the highway right of way by allowing the activity inside the highway right of way to exist.
You know, it's interesting as the food truck thing has grown over time. It's the same thing everywhere. It's not about the right of way or the park and ride. You know, when you allow it on the city street or up here on this, you know, everybody, you know, and they've had to work through that through society over a long period of time. So hopefully we'll come up.
To be clear, I do not want to disparage anyone that's in that business. I think they play a
Understand.
vital role to Virginia's economy. I just think they're proper places. So, yeah.
Totally get it. All right. So having said that, is there a motion to approve item number 5? Mr. Folks moves. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Davis seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? And let the record reflect that we will ensure that this one particularly comes back to this board and that we're satisfied before it can go forward. Go forward meaning be finally removed. All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Maxwell, action on item number 6, action on regulatory reduction program and proposed regulatory amendments, rules and regulations governing the transportation of hazmat through bridge tunnel facilities.
Mr. Chair, I'm here to.
Don't take any skunks in the tunnel.
No, I think they qualify as hazmat. Mr. Chair, this item would simply authorize VDOT to proceed with actions to submit and initiate the process for modifying the regulations that are currently in existence. This matter was presented to you in October, and bottom line, the proposed changes to this reg are simply to keep keep the regulation up to date with federal nomenclature with regard to hazmat materials, and to clarify the regs or simplify the regs in particular areas. If the board approves this action, VDOT will commence the proposed regulatory stage. The item, as Mr. Hofrichter mentioned, during that phase, there will be an opportunity for public comment for 60 days. If we don't receive public comments and no proposed changes are made, then we will proceed to finalization. If for some reason we get public comments or we see a need to amend the regs, we will bring it back to the board.
Very much. Are there any comments or questions? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion to approve? Ms. Sellers moves. Ms. Green moves. Ms. Sellers seconds. Sorry about that, ladies. Yeah, I knew you were. I could feel it. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 7, action on policy index review and archive of delegations of authority.
Mr. Chair, this is another round of policy index cleanup. What we're doing in this particular item is requesting the board's approval for repeal of 6 policies that are currently on the books. These policies have either been superseded by subsequent policies, changes in law, et cetera. If this if this action item is approved, VDOT will remove the items from the CTB, the active index, and archive those policies. In addition, this particular action this month, we're also asking the board, as I presented last month, for authority to remove from the active policy index delegations that the board has granted in the past if those delegations and those authorities have been satisfied because a particular project has been completed or the item itself has been fully satisfied. In those cases, what VDOT will pay due care in removing those items from the index, archiving them, and then from that point going forward, we will do that on a regular basis. In both cases, no matter what we're repealing, we make it clear in this resolution that any action that's been conducted pursuant to the prior policy or the delegation remains valid despite the fact that we're now repealing. And that's in a
And we're basically moving them from an index to an archive. They don't go away. We still see them. We can still be out there. And whatever was conducted under their authority remains. But it's only for ones that have we've done what we need to do and we're moving on. Any comments or questions? All right, is there a motion to approve? Ms. Sellers moves. Mr. Good, is it you? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Good. Mr. Good seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Ms. Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item on our agenda is item number 8, action on commemorative naming at the request of the Pittsylvania County of the bridge on State Route 40 West Gretna Road in Pittsylvania County over US Route 29 as the Deputy Sheriff Eugene B. McBride Memorial Bridge located within the Lynchburg District. Mr. Prezioso.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Board. In your decision brief, you'll see a brief narrative in here that describes that the Board of Supervisors passed in October of this year a resolution asking for this naming. In their resolution, they identified that Deputy McBride in November of 1969 responded to a call, and while he was out on that call where he had apprehended somebody, he actually started to suffer a heart attack. He waited for another deputy to come along, take care of the existing situation, and then took himself to the hospital where he eventually passed away. A very tragic story, but as the board then indicates, it's indicative of the sheriff's deputies, the law enforcement folks that do serve us in these communities across the state, within the Commonwealth, the amount of dedication that they have to make sure that they are protecting us as citizens of the Commonwealth. And in this case, he gave the ultimate sacrifice.
Any comments or questions? Screens are motion to approve. Captain Byers? Second. As is our custom, if you will join me, if you approve this resolution, if you'll join me in standing to honor the memory of Deputy Sheriff McBride. Thank you very much. All right, number 9, action on revised FY 23 to 36-year improvement program transfers for September 17 to November 15. Ms. Pryor, welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Presented before you is the normal monthly transfer report. I would point out too that consistent with my presentation to you last month regarding the process for reviewing and approving district grant program transfers that exceed the threshold in the board's smart scale policy. There are 2 such transfers on this report. Attached to the report, you will find all of the information I would normally present to you in a separate presentation. It's all there for your review. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I recommend your approval.
Any comments or questions? Sellers moves. Is there a second? Mr. Coleman seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. And item number 10, action on addition of projects to the 6-year improvement program, fiscal years 25 through 30. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Before you is a proposed amendment of 39 projects to the 6-year improvement program. 35 of those projects are funded through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. They were presented to you at your last meeting, part of the Phase 1B rollout of the electric vehicle charging stations. The other 4 projects are safety improvement projects, and I recommend your approval.
Any comments or questions? Motion to approve. Ms. Green moves. Is there a second? Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 11, action on smart scale project cancellation, Emmett Street Multimodal Phase 2 project located within the Culpeper District.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. At your last meeting, I presented to you a proposed cancellation for the Emmett Street Multimodal Phase 2 project in the city of Charlottesville. The only update I have to provide to you since then is that the City Council has formally passed a resolution requesting the cancellation Monday, just this week, and I recommend your approval.
Very much. Comments or questions? Captain Byers. Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, thank you very much. Item number 12, action on approval of Special Structures Program 50-year long-term plan update. Ms. Jennifer Ayland.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Welcome.
Secretary.
Nice to see you.
And members of the board. Nice to see you as well. Before you have the Special Structures 50-year long-term plan. This is as part of the follow-up from the Chief of Maintenance and Operations presentation in October on the Maintenance and Operations Conference Review. The Special Structures 50-year long-term plan was developed during that conference and review. Again, special structures are tunnels, movable bridges, and our large fixed span bridges. And the plan also includes work. It has work items in there that are for the maintenance, rehabilitation, and replacement of those structures. With that, I ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Let me say one thing in this regard. So this is a really important program for the state. It's been created a few years back. One thing that they didn't do when they created it, and something that VDOT will ask for in this upcoming session, is to allow us to bond that money, and so we can move projects faster. And the cost of bonding the money is much less than the cost of the increase of unit costs and costs of the projects. So we can bond the money pretty cheaply and borrow that and get things moving while the cost is going up 2 and 3 times as fast as the cost of the bond. And so that's what we want to do. We did that on 81, came back and did that on 81. We've done it on obviously other places. But because this is a continuous revenue stream, and because we know it's going to go on for basically till we stop it, till the legislature and the governor stop it, that it's a bondable thing and it's something we ought to do. And so it'd be something that pursue in this this upcoming So are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Sellers moves, Dr. Smoot seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it
Thank you.
very much. Item number 11, action on the Virginia Byway designation, Route 55 in Frederick County, located within the Northern Virginia District. Ms. Dean.
Secretary, members of the board, this item is for the board's consideration of a Virginia Byway designation for 4.38 miles of Route 55 in Frederick County. As briefed to this board in September, this byway designation request from Frederick County was reviewed and supported by the Department of Conservation and Recreation. Additionally, VDOT has completed the necessary research and reviews and found that this segment of Route 55 does meet the merits for designation, and as such, we recommend your approval.
Comments or questions?
I have a question.
Good.
Did we check with West Virginia? I mean, this is kind of a connection between Corridor H in West Virginia and 66, or is that just a dead duck forever?
They are aware of this request, but as far as checking with them on this designation,
They're aware of the
no.
request, that's all I'm
Yes, sir.
concerned about.
Yes,
So I didn't quite get that in your earlier presentation, so they are aware, and that you've had no further comment from them.
Not aware of any further comment.
All right, and one thing I wanted to say is Mr. Gribben trying to take this from my district
What happened there?
to Northern Virginia? Okay, well, I'd like to get it back because I live in Frederick County. So.
Seems like we have a small typo. He would be happy to second your motion.
Thank you. I'll so move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Good. Mr. Gribben, would you like to second?
Actually, I would rather move and have him second. No, just kidding. Yes, I will second.
The chair's not going to recognize that. All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 14, action on locality land conveyance various streets in the city of Virginia Beach located within the Hampton Roads District. Ms. Lori Snyder, thank you. How are you? Good morning.
I'm well,
Or good
thank you, sir.
afternoon.
We have had a request from the city of Virginia Beach to convey the lands and easements that were acquired on an Interstate 264 project. All of the areas in question consist of locally maintained rights-of-way and residue properties. VDOT has reviewed this request and we recommend your approval.
Comments or questions? Mr. Stant? Is there a second? Thank you, sir. Motion by Mr. Stant, second by Mr. Coleman. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 15. Mr. Lawson, are you dancing in this, on this item a little bit? You typically get up and get ahead of Mr. Jatender. Ramachandra.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, last month we presented to you the kind of a culmination of all the efforts that have been done to update the V-Trans goals, vision, guiding principles, goals, and objectives. We've had several meetings on that the board looked at and made tweaks to the changes, starting as far back as March of 23. So we have aired this many times amongst the board, and you saw in what we sent out to you some minor changes based on comments we received from members during the meeting or after the meeting that are incorporated now in the goals and objectives that we are seeking your approval on. As mentioned at the meeting last month, and we provided the working draft copy of the measures that we are preparing to support those goals and objectives. And once we finalize those, we'll obviously share them with you so you'll know how we will be tracking our progress toward meeting those goals and objectives.
Let's be clear, there's no effort here to formalize or to adopt the measurement criteria yet. We're not finished with that, but we have socialized sort of where we are in that process. A lot of it's done and sort of clear. There's a few areas we continue to work on, so we're not presenting that today for any approval, but the plan itself with vision, goals, objectives, and guiding principles are part of that. Mr. Ramachandra.
We are here to answer any questions that may be there, but the staff recommends approval at this time.
Okay. We briefed it to the last meeting. We've been briefing it since sometime in 23, would you say?
March, actually
March
started in March.
Yeah. Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, so there's going to be a separate vote? Because I had some concerns about that, and I was thinking it was actually February when we brought this up, and I believe Ms. Hine suggested we ought to have some measures. So is there going to be a separate vote on the measures?
We typically have not voted on the measures at this board historically. We voted on the vision, goals, objectives, and the guiding principles, and the staff has provided the measures. But we can.
That was, forgive me, and I had not voted on this previously because I think it was 4 years ago, but that was my understanding or expectation of what was going to happen as a result of that meeting. I could be wrong if it's February or March, but that we would be given the measures and then we could adjust them, comment on them, and then we would vote as a package. But if that's not the practice, I would ask that we have a I guess you're going to bifurcate the vote, which seems unusual, but I'll defer to you.
You know, I think what we're looking to do, Mr. Lawson, is to cement where we are on these principles, the goals and objectives in the vision. And we still have 2 or 3, we socialized the measurements in the not too distant past, last week or so, I guess. Some of them are not complete yet.
No, it says under development
Yeah,
in the
so
handout.
we can certainly bring those back. And at the end of the day, the board can do whatever it wants to do at the end of the day. And I understand the connection between measurements and objectives.
That was, yeah.
I'm happy to bring that back if that's the will of the body. I'd like to get on with the big picture piece and let us work on the measurements. And if we don't like the measurements, we can change them.
Secretary?
Gaspers.
So I'm a little confused. Is that an assurance that there will be a second vote on the measures?
So we can if you like. Absolutely.
My reading of the code, the section referenced in the resolution, 33.253, requires that we, the board shall include quantifiable measures in our transportation plan. So it seems like it is a board requirement. And if there's a second vote on this, I'd be inclined to vote in favor of this. If not, I'd be inclined to vote in opposition.
If you want to bring it back, I'll bring it back. I'm happy to do that. I mean, the board.
Sure. I would ask
Happy to bring it back.
for some specification of time period. I think we have about 20 months in this already. I'd like to suggest that we put a 90-day limit on that, bringing it back to the board. And that would give us time to workshop it again and then bring it back for a vote.
I don't know that we need to put a limit on it, but I want to get it done next week.
Mr. Secretary, if I may, I mean, we should certainly be able to present this back to the board, present the measures to the board at the January meeting.
Bring the measures back at the January meeting. If we don't like the measures, we don't have to approve the measures. We can alter them or not.
Just clarification, we'll bring it back to workshop them in the January meeting? Good, okay.
And we can workshop an action in the same meeting.
Sure.
As long as everybody's happy with that. We break it up to give you time to think about things. We've been thinking about this for a while, but we haven't had all the measurements for you to think about. So
Understand.
if it's the board's desire in January to take action on it, we'll take action on it. Otherwise, we'll workshop it and push the action till February. But it's be the will of the body at that point, Mr. Gaspers.
Fair enough.
That's a good way forward. Mr. Criven.
Mr. Secretary, is there a reason why we need to bifurcate this and we can't just roll the whole thing over into January? That would give us a little more time, some of us who are new, a little more time to understand what it is we're trying to accomplish here. And we just received a letter from the City of Alexandria, maybe understand what their concerns are. I guess my question is, if we're not going to be done with this until January, can we avoid doing something today where some of us may be less understanding than the rest of the group in terms of what we're trying to accomplish and are we on the right track, and just do the whole thing in January? Then
We've been doing this for a year and a half, Mr. Gribbin, so we're trying to move it forward. And
I understand that,
we
Mr. Secretary,
typically-
in our last meeting, I asked for time, and I did not want to delay us in the action meeting. I sent you and your team comments on these, expressing my concerns. I got no feedback until this morning. I think in our conversation we had on Monday, I expressed, I've been on lots of boards. I've never been on a board before where I asked for information and nobody responded to me, and then I was asked to vote on the thing that I was not informed about. So all I'm asking, just a matter of courtesy, is for those who are new, if we're not going to wrap this up until January, could we just move the whole package into January?
Good.
Okay.
But let me address, Mr. Gribbin. You and I spoke about this issue
Indeed.
the other day. And as I explained to you at that time, it got lost in some personnel issues we had. And so we apologize to you for that. That's all I.
Yeah, and
I can't change what you didn't get responded to. But I would encourage you, if you don't get responded to, then let somebody know. And don't just wait, because sometimes those things happen and they shouldn't. But when I became aware of it in my conversation with you a few days ago, you got responded to because I became aware of it.
No,
And
I
it just
appreciate
got
that.
dropped and got lost, so.
And I guess my
apologize for that.
I understand all that. I guess my point is, if there is no screaming urgency about this, I think it makes sense sort of procedurally to bundle it all together. Let us all have a collective conversation around what the vision is, what the measures are.
We've been talking about the vision for months and years, right? And all I'm trying to do is move the ball forward. We typically have not voted on measures. Historically, we never voted on the measures. That was a staff function. So we brought that in at request, and now we know what the vision is. We know what the objectives are. We've been talking about those for months and months and months. Could we delay it? Sure, we could delay it. We could continue to delay it. But since we've never done it like this before, we're just trying to move the ball down the court a little bit and not get all hung up in the next round. But for the body, we can do whatever the body decides. Mr. Lawson, you have any comment?
Yes, Mr. Secretary. I agree with your comments there. You know, we have been talking about the vision goals and objectives for over a year now. We do understand you want to see the objectives, and we had the measures, and we, commented at the beginning that we wanted to get you good, solid measures so we could track our progress. And it would be, helpful for us to know that the vision goals and objectives have been nailed down before we finalize the measures. Because if we finalize measures and you come back and want to change the goals and objectives, then we got to come up with new measures.
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do I recall that we're supposed to vote at least on the vision goals and objectives before the end of this year? So would that be okay to move it to, at least that part of it, to move to January?
Lawson.
The schedule that we laid out last month had the vision goals and objectives being voted on today. And then in January, we start working on the needs and the priorities, and the process that was laid out gets everything, the full package of V-Trans approved by the end of the calendar.
Mr. Coleman, I think the answer to your question is there's not a requirement. There's no code or legal requirement that it has to be done in December. So we could do what Mr. Gribben's suggesting if it was the will of the body. We've drug ourselves through this thing over and over and over again through months and months and months. Some of us have not had the joy of participating in that, Mr. Gribben. Some of us have. So we're just trying to move forward is all we're trying to do.
Mr. Secretary, and I've only been at this a little over 2 years, but I think of these things as, if not related, they're integral to one another. And I would think it would make sense if we're going to vote, let's do it once. And if staff can really do this in a month, let's do that. Let's knock it out at one time and with all the relevant information, including the measures in front of us at the same time. And to the extent that requires a motion, I'd make that motion. And especially if there's no deadline looming or anything like that.
There's no statutory thing.
Okay.
It's a matter of.
Well, then I'd make that
motion.
motion.
Matter of business and moving forward. So we have a motion to defer this until the January meeting and bring it back with measures. At that time, if we're comfortable, we'll workshop it and vote in the same meeting. If we're not,
Absolutely.
we'll do it differently. That's the motion.
Yes, sir.
Is there further discussion?
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Lawson.
If I may, if this is the path we're looking to take, I would like for the members, if you have any comments, questions, concerns about the vision goals, objectives, and the measures, since you've seen the working copy, that you make us aware of them in advance of the meeting. I've heard, Mr. Gribben was the only member of the board that had any comments.
Do what Mr. Gribben did, and we won't respond to you, and then we'll come back in the meeting.
Hey,
We can come and complain, and then, yeah.
Gribben, quit complaining. You're a rookie here. Behave yourself.
I own up to not responding to Mr. Gribben, but no one else has submitted any comments.
Listen, folks, here's the bottom line. We've been beating this thing to death for over a year, right? And at some point, you got to make a decision and move on with life, okay? I have no problem waiting until January, but don't come back in this meeting in January and ask 28,000 questions and defer this thing to March. That's going to get me crazy, all right? So don't do that. So do what Mr. Gribben did, and we will and send it out. And if somebody like me doesn't respond, call me on the phone and smack me and tell me to respond, because I'm not doing it on purpose. If I'm the villain, I didn't do it on purpose. I just messed up. And so let's get it figured out, hashed out as best we can so that we can get past this and move on with implementing. So I think it's a good place to land. I'm comfortable with that. But please do as Mr. Lawson has said. Do what Mr. Gribben did. Put your stuff out there. We'll socialize that with the members, and we'll hopefully get those questions answered and buttoned up before we get into this room again. Ribbon.
Mr. Secretary, I mean, I think part of the challenge is this is a policy document with measurements, and this is probably far more complicated and nuanced than everything else we've done up to this point today. I know we can't meet in groups and have conversations without noticing it. I know we don't have any committees of this board.
We do have committees, but they typically meet during this meeting.
Could we have a committee meeting or something where people who are interested in coming and talking about this could spend some time? I think the problem is these are so complicated and so nuanced, and some of us are brand new, some of us have different points of view. This is a hard setting to work this out. Is maybe we just create an opportunity for those of us who are really interested in just understanding more about what we're trying to accomplish and get our questions answered to do that somewhat collectively, as opposed to one-off or trying to email in comments and get email
You just want another
responses
workshop
back.
meeting is what you want. That is.
I would say if I'd be happy, and I mean, I'll defer to the board, I'd be happy to pick a day between now and January and just say, we're going to spend a couple hours on that day for whoever wants to show up. We don't need to have the entire board showing up if the entire board doesn't. We don't need to take time out of our regular business. But for those that want to spend a little extra time on this, here's an opportunity to do that.
You have to notice it, you have to have a public meeting, you have to have it, all this stuff here, you got to do all that. All right, so we can do it. We can do it, but what you're asking for is just schedule another meeting. That's what I said, let's schedule another workshop meeting. Whether it's 2 hours in one subject or whether it's something else, that's what you're asking for, and we can do that. I don't necessarily think we can continue to do that item for item, but yeah.
I'd be in favor of that, and I would attend.
Yeah, I don't, you don't know me that well, but as you get to know me better, I never call for meetings. So this is very rare for me. But I just think this is nuanced and complicated enough. We are a policy board. This is our number one policy. This is probably the most important thing we're going to do. It's worth spending a little, and I know you spent tons and tons of time on it. I don't want to dismiss that. But I think you're going to get to where you want to be, which is let's get this thing buttoned up, done, and behind us quicker if we're able to do that, hammer these issues out, get a resolution.
I wanted to get it buttoned up appropriately.
Yes,
right?
correct.
Ms. Sellers?
Can we do it to where we kind of meet almost regionally and say,
Nope.
we
Nope.
can't do that because I feel
We meet
bad for
virtually, or does it have to be in
folks
person?
Can't do it virtually.
I'm in favor of it too, but that's Northern Virginia.
We did it before. Remember, we met in Culpeper. Yates chaired a committee meeting.
You're welcome to come to my house.
I was going to recommend
Party
Leesburg.
DJ.
Yeah. And the press will be there.
Let us work on that, okay? But basically what you're asking us to do, which is not an issue, if you will, I'm not criticizing that. What you're asking us to do is schedule another meeting, and we can do that. I'm up.
Yes, do you have draft measures?
We're distributing to you.
So that when we can have this second meeting that we're talking about, we can talk about the vision, et cetera, plus their draft work and look at the whole package. Very good.
So we've been socializing the vision, mission, guiding principles for months and months and months and months. And then we decided to look at the measures, which we hadn't done before. And so measures, we distributed a draft recently of the measures that had been developed, but there were a couple that were not baked yet. And so you don't have an opportunity to know what the heck they are, and you deserve an opportunity to know what the heck they are. So that's where we are, and we're sort of we're not past it, but we've done the rest of it a lot. And now we're trying to say, do the measures measure what we're trying to get at or not? Are they good measurements? And I'd really like to get some consensus that we don't go back and start over again. But, listen, the will of the board's the will of the board. But as new members come in and people leave, we can't just, we got to get you up to speed and not take the whole board backwards as a matter of just process. So that's what I'm looking at, but I'm happy to defer it. We've got a motion in a second we need to vote on, but I'm supportive of that, to defer it till January and to see if there's a time that we could have a special meeting or something to get us to be able to collaborate. But it's got to be an open session. It's got to be the way that it is. And we just have to remain careful. And I'd urge y'all to do this, is to not have three of you discussing business when the rest of us aren't there. Because then we'd be breaking our oath and we don't. So does that work? Yes, sir. Folks called for the question. So let me restate the motion to make it clear. So we would defer action on this to January. We would bring it back hopefully to workshop and action on the same day in January, if we're able to do that. And we're going to try to find a way to get the group to have a special meeting that whoever wants to come can come, and to plow through the discussion of the measures.
That's the motion.
Does that capture it? Mr. Lawson, have I got myself in any trouble with timing and scheduling and so forth? I'm a little bit worried about the notice and the second meeting. We need to work through that, but that would be our intention, Mr. Gribbin, to your point. Mr. Lawson?
Just aggressive and continued staff work, but we'll get there.
As explained to you earlier, sir. One of the beauties of, not to get in the weeds, but one of the beauties of a one-term governor is that you only serve 4 years, and the people that you work with only serve 4 years, and some of those people have real lives, not like me, and they need to get on with their life after the 4 years, and you don't want to start preparing for that when the 4 years ends. You want to prepare for that before, or the people that depend on you will not be happy. And so as we sort of get to the end of the administration, you start to see some of your help is moving on, and it just creates a lot more stress on the rest of us that remain. But we will do our very best, sir. And listen, at the end of the day, if we have to workshop it in January and kick it to February to do measures, we can do that too. I'm just trying to get this thing done because it's important, but it's as important to get it done right, Mr. Goodwin, to your point. I want everybody to feel like they're fully informed and they've got a good shot at understanding where we're heading.
So I'm going to raise this issue, but don't get angry with me. But should we try to do this all in February? Because it's not going to do us any good to rush to January. The measures aren't done, and now we're in the same situation where we're talking about vision and goals, but we don't have measures.
Let us work on what we're working on.
Okay.
If we can't make it work, we will take the spirit of the motion and we'll make sure that we get our work done before we take a vote.
I think that
Is
makes
that
perfect.
fair enough?
Well, and again, I think it gets to your end goal, which
So
is
if we
let's
got to
get this done.
workshop it in January and come back in February, we'll do that. But I'd rather not do that. But if that's the way we have to do it, so just be assured that I understand the spirit of the motion is to have ample time to socialize the measures and revisit them and see how they react or interact with the objectives.
And also, I just want to make sure that the staff has appropriate time to get them done.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
That's why I said we will make sure if we can't get it done timely, then we'll push. But the spirit is give us enough time to socialize and discuss the measures. And let's keep it all together. And that's what we'll try to do. So, everybody good? Ms. Casper, the question's been called, sir. No more questions.
Okay.
Folks called the question. Ask your question.
Embedded in this is a schedule for next year's meetings. Do we have that yet, or is it forthcoming?
I haven't seen it. I've got it, but I haven't seen it.
I feel that, yes.
I think the schedule is this. I've seen it now.
Okay.
Now I have it.
That'll be helpful.
Now I'm seeing it, I should say. Currently, we're scheduled to meet on January 14th and February 18th. It's in the same rhythm as what we normally do. And they will both be here. So that's the current schedule. And we will send this out probably today.
Thank you.
After I just look at it a little bit. So thank you for bringing that up. All right, that was exhausting. All right, we have a motion, we have a second, and Mr. Folks has called for the question. So I'm not going to ask for further discussion. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Very good. Thank you very much. Mr.
Secretary,
Koch, yes, sir.
just real quick, I just want to point out, we laid out last month kind of the schedule for V-Trans.
It's got blown up, Mr. Lawson.
Well, we have the needs and priority locations scheduled for January. I'm going to suggest that we continue with that. So you just get a double dose of V-Trans in January. So that we can try to.
We'll set the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Coker, are you growing that beard longer to hide behind it because your bids aren't coming in too great, or what?
No, that's not the case.
Are we good?
I'm
Are we
going for
good?
the ZZ Top look. I hope to get there by
ZZ Top?
by the time we
Okay,
get the
I like
V-Trans
it.
stuff.
I like it.
Take care of.
Too soon?
Well done, Mr. Coker. Well done.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 8 projects in excess of $5 million to present to you for award. First project is Order L40 in the Stanton District. This is UPC 116277 and 116278. This is the road widening and truck climbing lanes on I-81 in Augusta and Rockingham counties. We received 4 bids. The low bid of $61,385,000 from Branch Civil out of Roanoke, Virginia was within range, and I recommend award.
Are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? Davis moved. Mr. Laird second. Who moved? Mr. Good moved. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Did Mr. Laird second? Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Mr. Coker, number L54.
Order L54 in the Bristol District. This is UPC 119435. This is a truck climbing lane project on I-77 in Wythe County. We received 4 bids with a low bid of $9,350,800 from Branch Civil out of Roanoke, Virginia. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Motion to approve. Mr. Folks moves. Ms. Dunlop seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number K49 in Hampton Roads District. Mr. Coker.
Order K49, this is a state of good repair bridge replacement over Oklahonoc Creek in Accomack County. We received 4 bids with a low bid from Caton Construction Group out of Charlottesville, Virginia for $7,758,454, and this is within range. I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved, but Secretary,
Were he here, he would abstain.
That would be a problem.
For that reason, I'll second.
For that reason, we're going to take it off the agenda. That's right. I'm teasing, Mr. Melvin. We love you and we miss you. All right, we have a motion for Mr. Stant and a second for Mr. Coleman. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Mr. Malvin was a former member here from the Hampton Roads District. Thank you, Mr. Coker. Order number L04 in the Salem District.
Order L04 in the Salem District. We have multiple UPCs in this project. This is a smart scale project with a diverging diamond and various intersection improvements in Roanoke, Henry, and Franklin counties. We received 3 bids with a low bid of $34,385,000 from Branch Civil out of Roanoke, Virginia. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Comments or questions? Motion to
Secretary, move approval.
Dr. Smoke moves. Is there a second? Mr. Folks seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Order number L65. Mr. Coker.
Order L65 in the Bristol District. This is UPC 113890. This is a state of good repair bridge rehab project over Russell Fork River in Dickinson County. We received 5 bids, with a low bid from Patrick Construction out of Abingdon, Virginia, for $5,217,943. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Comments or questions? There's a motion to approve, Mr. Folks. Is there a second, Ms. Dunlop? Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 453 in the Richmond District, Mr. Coker.
Yes, sir. This is a 2025 Cape Seal project on the secondary systems in various counties. We received 2 bids, with a low bid from Slurry Pavers out of Richmond, Virginia, for $5,708,787. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Comments or questions?
Secretary, I move for approval.
Davis moves. Is there a second? Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Is there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Mr. Coker, item number 647 in Fredericksburg.
Sir, this is a 2025 surface treatment project on the secondary systems in various counties in the Fredericksburg District. We received 1 bid from Whitehurst Paving Company out of Richmond, Virginia, for $5,762,316. This is within range, and I recommend award.
Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Sellers moves. Mr. Davis seconds. Is there further discussion? Yes, sir. Mr. Casperts.
So the paving contracts are often challenging because of remote locations. This is the Fredericksburg District. Is there a reason that we have a single bidder?
Yes, sir. So this is a surface treatment, so it's a thin treatment. There are only a few contractors in the Commonwealth that do this type of work, and some of them are regionalized. So typically, we expect 2 or even 1 bidder in this case on projects in certain areas.
Specialty product.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? We have a motion and do we have a motion? Got a motion and a second. Thank you. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Now, Mr. Coker,
Sir.
your whole Billy Gibbons ZZ Top thing was working really well. You need the sunglasses, by the way.
Okay.
But you just ran off the road because you're exceeding the range here.
Sir.
So can you speak to this?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you so much.
This is order L11 in the Northern Virginia District. This is a road improvements project in Fairfax County. We received 3 bids, with a low bid from Sagres Construction Corporation out of Alexandria, Virginia, for $42,975,041. This does exceed the range. We are less than 1% below the next bidder and 12% from the third bidder. So I feel that this is a market value bid. We're recommending award.
Comments or questions? Motion approved.
Second.
Mr. Gribbin moves, Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Coker.
Thank you, sir.
The next item on our agenda is new business. That's our final item of the day. Is there any new business? Hearing none, we will work on the scheduling and we will get back to you. So give us a few days to sort of see how that might work, January, February, Mr. Gribbin et al. And we'll get back to you and give you a recommendation that's within the spirit of what you've asked us to do. All right? Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.